Good evening and welcome to the City of Carpinteria City Council regular meeting for Monday, March 25th, 2024. May we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Nomura.
Here.
Councilmember Solorzano.
Here.
Vice Mayor Alarcon.
Here.
Councilmember Lee.
Here.
And Mayor Clark.
Here. Thank you. Now, may you all join me in a pledge of allegiance, please? I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. To start off tonight, we have a number of introductions, proclamations, and presentations. And the first one...
With that, Mayor, I'd like to make a motion, if that's okay with you. I move to approve all 4 proclamations, starting with proclamation designated April 24th, 2024 as DMV Donate Month Life. Item 2, proclamation designating the week of April 2nd to the 8th, 2024 as International Dark Sky Week. And number 3, proclamation designated April 2024 as Carpinteria Business Month. And the last one, number 4, is proclamation celebrating 65th anniversary of Carpinteria Awards Banquet.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Now we'll get to number 1, which is the DMV Donate Life Month. And if Councilmember Lee can get us started, and Supervisor-elect.
Thank you.
If we could actually have the people come up that represent this too. That's for the ones that are up from the side. To come forward?
Before we read it?
I think so. That's how we usually do it.
Never in my...
Okay.
No, I don't know.
Well,
Just go ahead.
I'll start, then we can do that. Whereas organ, eye, tissue, marrow, and bone donations are life-giving acts recognized worldwide as expressions of compassion to those in need. And
Whereas more than 110,000 individuals nationwide and more than 23,000 in California are currently on the National Organ Transplant waiting list, and on average, 22 people die each day while waiting. And
Whereas the need for donated organs is especially urgent in Hispanic, Latino, and African American communities, and
Whereas a single individual's donation of the heart, lungs, liver, kidneys, pancreas, and small intestine can save up to 8 lives, and
Whereas donation of tissue can save and heal lives of more than 75 others, and
whereas organ donors saved more than 46,000 lives last year, and the most ever. And
whereas any person can register to be an organ, eye, and tissue donor regardless of age or medical conditions, and
whereas organ donors saved more than 46,000 lives last year, the most ever, and
whereas any person can register to be an organ, eye, and tissue donor regardless of age or medical condition, and that was repeated.
whereas being a registered donor does not impact the quality of life-saving medical care a person receives in an emergency, and
whereas California residents can sign up to be organ, eye, and tissue donor when applying for or renewing their driver license or ID cards at the California Department of Motor Vehicles. And
whereas California residents can sign up with the Donate Life California Donor Registry online at any time by visiting www.donatelifecalifornia.org, or for Spanish speakers, www.donevida.california.org, and
whereas California residents can sign up to be an organ, eye, and tissue donor when applying for or renewing their driver's license or ID cards at the California Department of Motor Vehicles, and
Whereas California residents interested in saving a life through living kidney donation may visit www.livingdonationcalifornia.org.
now therefore be it resolved that in recognition of National Donate Life Month April 2024, is hereby designated as DMV/Donate Life Month in the city of Carpinteria. And doing so, we encourage all California to check yes online or when applying for or renewing their driver's license or ID card at DMV. And is there a representative here to receive this? Shall we go down and join them?
And Wade, you too.
All right, take a couple. Last one. Thank you.
I assume everyone's here because we're giving a presentation. I'm just amazed. My name is Scott Burns. Thank you for the proclamation. Memorial Day weekend, 2015, I'm sitting on my friend's sailboat, Santa Cruz Island. Santa Barbara Harbor Patrol comes up behind me and says, "Mr. Burns, we have a kidney for you." I had kidney failure. In May 2012, I got on a waiting list, and 3 years later, I had a chance to get a kidney. I wasn't expecting it because normally it's 7 or 8 years in California before you get a kidney. Right now, as mentioned earlier, about 100,000 people are waiting for an organ donation in the United States, about 20,000 in California. So we're doing our very best to increase donation awareness. But enough numbers, the Harbor Patrol picked me up. I went back to Santa Barbara, took a nice long shower because I knew I was going to go into the hospital. We ended up the next day, that evening at Cedars-Sinai Transplant Center, ended up with a fully functioning kidney the following morning. That's part of the story. The other part was a nurse at Cottage Hospital, Vivian Boutel, had died and her family was donating her organ. She collapsed in the gym. They thought it was a stroke. It turned out to be a brain aneurysm. I've gotten to know her family. I've gotten to do things with her family to help. I'm going to show you guys a nice picture of Vivian. This is on a Donate Life run walk. We were honoring her. She was about 40 years old when she passed away suddenly. Anyway, I received her kidney. Somebody else got another kidney. Somebody got her lungs, liver, and heart. Cottage Hospital ended up with a foundation and naming her, where there's people give money in her name to help the neonatal group that she was with. I give these presentations to honor Vivian. Donate Life honored Vivian last year with her picture on the Donate Life float in the Rose Bowl parade. And with that being said, I'm going to introduce Tom Moan, who's the president of One Legacy, also has lots of other titles in his name. Tom.
Thank you, Scott. Thank you, members of the City Council, very much for having us here and this proclamation in honor of National Donate Life Month. I am Tom Moan. I am officially the president of the Donate Life California Donor Registry, so on behalf of the entire state of California, I thank you. My day job is running One Legacy, where I've been for 24 years. We are the federally designated organ procurement organization, technical name, for the Southern California region of 7 counties. I can say that on the very positive news, we have increased donation. We've tripled donation in the past 24 years that I've been there, and just another 13% in organ donation and lives saved just this last year alone. So a lot of tremendous growth. The growth has come through our investment in our communities, investment in working with our hospitals. Donation starts at hospitals. Exactly as Scott points out, Cottage Hospital being one hospital is a very, very strong donor hospital in our area, works with us very closely. Ventura County Medical Center, another. And for years, I will say, servicing those facilities has been challenged because we are based in Azusa, and that's a long way. I drove from there today, I can tell you. But I am really, really pleased to say that we have just acquired a rental place in a building many of you know where the city council, when the city hall was based while you were under renovation here. In that building, we have leased out a space, and we will be opening an office there, likely in June. Right now, it's like carpeting and furniture orders and things like that. But it will be a base so that we can respond even more rapidly to the needs of families and the needs of our hospital colleagues who will do everything to save a life, but when it's not possible, know that they can save others. And that's our sole reason for existence, to help save those other lives and comfort those families. And being a part of the Carpinteria community makes that much easier. And I know Wade was a very good host to us. I've known Wade through the Tournament of Roses parade for a number of years, and very good host in introducing us to the community and to the city staff, and we very much appreciate that and very much appreciate being a part of Carpinteria. So thank you very much for this honor, and thank you for allowing us to make this our new home. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have proclamation designating the week of April 2nd to 8th, 2024 as International Dark Sky Week.
All right. Whereas the static beauty and wonder of a star-filled night sky are the shared heritage of all humankind, and the natural beauty of Carpinteria, including star-filled skies, is valued by residents and visitors alike. And
Whereas the experience of standing beneath a starry night sky inspires feelings of wonder and awe and fosters a growing interest in science and nature, especially among young people within the Carpinteria community. And
Whereas per Dark Sky International, light pollution not only impacts the ability to see stars, but has scientifically established economic and environmental consequences which result in significant impacts to the ecology and human health of all communities, including Carpinteria. And
Whereas Dark Sky International estimates light pollution represents a waste of natural resources amounting to at least 3.3 billion and the release of 21 million tons of carbon dioxide per year in the United States. And
Whereas Carpinteria is a natural place for impacted by light pollution that affects nocturnal animals and overall ecosystem health, especially in the local habitats of Carpinteria Salt Marsh, Carpinteria Bluffs, local creeks, and nearby foothills. And
whereas reducing light pollution involves making better use of outdoor lighting to direct light down to where is needed, instead of upwards into the sky, and using outdoor lighting only when and where necessary. And
whereas Dark Sky International, headquartered in the United States, is a globally recognized authority on light pollution and has created International Dark Sky Week to raise awareness of light pollution and provide free education, resources, and solutions to encourage the protection of and enjoyment of dark skies and to encourage responsible outdoor lighting. And
whereas the city's general plan, local coastal land use plan, ensures that lighting of new development minimizes light pollution and the potential impacts to habitat for development adjacent to environmentally sensitive habitats. And
whereas the city's general plan, local coastal land use plan, encourages the establishment of a night sky ordinance that provides standards for the reduction of direct and ambient light in the night sky.
now therefore the City Council of the City of Carpinteria hereby proclaims the week of April 2nd to 8th, 2024 as International Dark Sky Week in the City of Carpinteria and urges residents to learn about night sky friendly lighting so as to implement practices and improvements that will reduce light pollution and to look up and experience the wonder of the star-filled night. And do we have a representative here to receive? And there he is.
2, 3. If you're my grandkids, they say, funny face. Okay.
All right. And one more. Thank you.
Would you like to say a few words? Yeah.
The Carpinteria Valley Association thanks the city for its ongoing recognition of the value of dark skies and dark sky protection, not just to allow us the experience of enjoying the constellations, but also for the health of ecosystems and people. We look forward to working with the city to establish the long-planned night sky ordinance to better protect our dark skies. And just think about it, it's completely feasible to expect that on a moonless night, when we walk out the doors at the end of the meeting, we should be able to look up and see the Milky Way spilling across that sky. It's completely feasible within our power. So we join the city, as the proclamation said, in urging residents to learn about night sky friendly lighting, to implement practices and improvements that will reduce light pollution, and once in a while to step outside and look up and experience the wonder of the star-filled night. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the next proclamation is designating April 2024 as Carpinteria Business Month.
All right. Whereas the city of Carpinteria supports the success of its local businesses, local business community, and acknowledges their role in generating local sales revenue to support municipal services that enhance the quality of life for Carpinteria residents. And
Whereas local businesses are a vital pillar of the community, providing essential products and services and contributing to nonprofits and volunteer projects through the dedicated efforts of business leaders and employees, and
whereas local businesses create significant private sector employment opportunities, ensuring the strength and competitiveness of the local workforce, and
Whereas the City of Carpinteria values business community feedback in developing ordinances and policies, ensures business inclusion and city outreach, and provides aid to local businesses as needed, and
Whereas since 1912, the Chamber of Commerce has represented local business interests, helping to build a strong local economy and a positive quality of life, and
whereas the Santa Barbara South Coast Chamber of Commerce collaborates with the city of Carpinteria to bridge local business needs with city goals, implementing positive economic, business-friendly, and community-oriented public policies.
now therefore be it resolved that the City of Carpinteria hereby designates April as Carpinteria Business Month and encourages all residents to celebrate and support our local businesses. And do we have somebody here to receive?
Thank you, Mayor Clark and council members. I'm Kristen Miller, President and CEO of the Santa Barbara South Coast Chamber of Commerce, joined tonight by the Chamber's Public Policy Manager, Dustin Hoyseth. The Santa Barbara South Coast Chamber of Commerce, representing businesses from Goleta to Carpinteria, is proud to accept this proclamation, declaring April 2024 as Carpinteria Business Month. Businesses both large and small are at the heart of the Carpinteria community, as well as the South Coast economy, and we're glad to see this recognized in April. The Chamber continues to advocate for and support the business communities from Goleta, Santa Barbara, and Carpinteria, as well as the success of all three as part of the greater South Coast business community. We encourage everyone to show some extra love and support for the local businesses they frequent. visit a local business they haven't yet connected with, and even take some time to learn more about the amazing employers in our area who are working on technology that will change the world. In 2024, the Chamber is working on many initiatives to support local businesses, but we'd like to highlight our recent efforts in workforce development to connect local high schools and college students with internship opportunities at local businesses of varying sizes. This program is an attempt to tap into the amazing job opportunities offered by many of our local businesses to both provide jobs for residents and reduce the need for employers to recruit from outside the region. Already, we've created some meaningful connections, including with Carpinteria High School, that will lead to opportunities for employers and students alike. We look forward to continuing to connect with our education partners and businesses on this exciting opportunity to share programs and successes later this year. Thank you to all of our local businesses for all they do for the community, and thank you again, City, Mayor, and Council, for this proclamation.
Thank you. All right, the last one we have is a proclamation celebrating the 65th anniversary of the Carpinteria Awards Banquet.
Whereas the first Carpinteria Community Awards Banquet was held in 1958 and was called the Man of the Year event. And after several different names over the years, it is now known as the annual Carpinteria Community Awards Banquet. And
Whereas this annual event was previously hosted by the Carpinteria Valley Chamber of Commerce, it is now hosted by the newly formed Carpinteria Community Association, a nonprofit organization formed specifically to continue honoring the spirit of Carpinteria. And
Whereas this event has been held in various locations, including the Palms, Carpinteria High School Cafeteria, the Veterans Memorial Building, the Montecito Country Club, the Carpinteria Boys and Girls Clubs, and even in a tent at the Carpinteria State Beach. This year, it will be at the Girls Inc. of Carpinteria facility. And
Whereas this event provides an opportunity for our many local service organizations and others to publicly honor their valued volunteers with merit awards. And
Whereas a local business is selected to receive the Outstanding Community Business Award. And
whereas 2 teachers from our local Carpinteria schools are chosen to receive an award as Educator of the Year, one from the elementary and secondary schools. And
whereas following a rigorous selection process, 3 high school students are chosen as finalists for the Junior Carpinterian of the Year Award, with one of them selected as the Junior Carpinterian of the Year, and with each of them receiving a generous college scholarship with funds donated by community members. And
whereas the culmination of the evening is the announcement of the Carpinterian of the Year, a distinctive honor given to an individual or individuals for their outstanding accomplishments and contributions to the Carpinteria Valley community. And whereas the City Council of the City of Carpinteria congratulates the Community Awards Banquet on its 65th anniversary and commends the new Carpinteria Community Association for its commitment to honor the spirit of Carpinteria, we will give you this proclamation. Is anybody here to somebody here to receive?
Yeah.
Right.
We'll try.
you guys for all your work. Appreciate it.
Oh, good evening, Councilman and Mayor Clark. Thank you for this recognition. This is 65 years. That's a pretty big deal. It's almost as old as me. Just kidding. So we are very excited about this event because of the 65th recognition, but then also we are super excited because we are celebrating agriculture. in our community. And so that is a theme of our event. It's going to be on Saturday, April 6th at Girls Inc. at 5:30, and tickets are still available until this Friday. So just so you know, I want to get it out there. But what I want to do especially is say that the Carpinteria Community Association is very excited to be hosting this as a new organization. It's a nonprofit where we are now in a position where anyone who wants to donate to the Junior Carpinterian of the Year Scholarship Fund has a write-off, which is nice for them. But it is just a way for us to be the hosting organization that we can promote this event for the years to come, as well as perhaps other events in Carpinteria, and that's our hope. We are excited to honor many of our community members, and how we do that is with, one way is through merit awards, and we have probably around 15 different organizations who will be nominating someone for a merit award that night and be getting a certificate, and that's always exciting. We also are going to be acknowledging 2 educators, one from our upper school, one from the lower grades, and also an Outstanding Business Partnership Award, which is a new one for it's one added actually, which is, we're really excited, and I'm going to announce it tonight because it's not really for the public knowledge, but it will be in the paper, and that is the Coastal View News. So we're really excited. They have been a partner for so many and supported us, supported so many different nonprofits and organizations through the years, and we're really grateful for them. And we also will be highlighting, the highlight of the night is our Junior Carpinteria of the Year finalist, which we have 3 wonderful candidates, and so that's very exciting. They'll be there with their families, and the big reveal will be that night. And then finally, we cap off the evening with the Carpinteria of the Year, and that is always a very wonderful, exciting time for someone in our community to be acknowledged for their great works. So, I hope to see you there. I hope to see the community there. We still have seats, and we're very excited about it. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, now it's time for public informations and reports, which will include an update on law enforcement activity within the city.
Mayor, City Council, City staff, those present in the audience, and those listening at home. Just give you a brief recap of the last couple of weeks since your last council meeting, the more significant things that have occurred. And to be honest with you, it hasn't been much, which is a good thing. On Sunday, March 17th, we had a driving under the influence as well as an unlicensed driver that was at Linden in El Caro. That was a little before 4 in the afternoon. It was a traffic stop due to multiple vehicle violations. And again, incident to the arrest, numerous narcotics were found in the vehicle, as well as a U.S. residency card was also counterfeit. So the subject was taken to Goleta Valley for a blood draw and booked into the county jail. On Saturday, March 23rd, we had, during our routine checks in the 1000 block of Concha Loma, it was in mid-afternoon, a little after 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Subjects were contacted and were found to be in possession of methamphetamine, and they were issued citations. One was arrested when the other was booked. Issued a citation, one was booked in jail for the narcotics, paraphernalia and narcotics that they had in their possession. On March 10th, a little before 10 in the morning, 4200 block of Villa Real, deputies responded to the Motel 6 on a reported overdose. And while deputies were there, they were able to determine that the subject had not overdosed, but he was just under the influence of drugs. He had a felony no bail warrant for his arrest, plus he was in possession of fentanyl and methamphetamine. So he was taken into custody on the felony warrant as well as the on-view charges. On Thursday, March 14th, another unlicensed driver, a little before 8 in the morning at San Ynez in Oregon. And it was a report of a suspicious BMW driving in the area. Actually, the vehicle was located. And a 17-year-old unlicensed young man was driving the vehicle with the permission of his father. So both the juvenile and the parent were cited, and the vehicle was taken and towed and stored. And that is about it crime-wise. As far as our Human Resources Bureau goes, currently we're at 12 deputy sheriff vacancies and 42 custody deputy vacancies. We've got 14 coming off field training effective April 14th, of which we're going to be getting 3 at our station that next day, April 15th, which will put me down to only 1 vacancy in our station, which is the lowest we've been in a number of years. So that'd be a good thing for the community. And 2 of the 3 are female deputies. So that will then give me 3 female deputies. So I'm putting 1 on different squads. So we have 4 patrol squads. So 3 of the 4 squads will have a female patrol deputy, which is an excellent resource. As you know, my daughter's a deputy sheriff working central stations, and very, very valuable asset to the agency and to the communities that we serve. Do we have any questions from council?
Any questions?
All right, thank you.
Thank you. All right, now it's time for the city manager's report, and there's a number of items on here. We'll be taking public comment after the report, in case you have questions.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, and community. There are several items on this memo, and I definitely encourage people. It is attached as part of the agenda. I won't touch on all of them, but I'm happy to answer any questions on any of the items after. I'll just highlight a few. These things don't necessarily rise to the level of an agenda matter. However, if there is greater interest, we can certainly bring it back at a later time with more information. One of the things I wanted to touch on for our senior services programming, also known as Age Well, is starting April. Age Well will host a fun outing the first Saturday of every month. The initial event will take place on Saturday, April 6th at 10 a.m., where seniors will enjoy a docent-led tour of the Salt Marsh, and it will run for about an hour and a half and be followed by a coastal picnic under the shade. Also, Age Well now has its own Facebook account, Age Well Carpinteria. I encourage those interested to follow that page and to get up to date on the latest happenings. For city employee updates, recruitments. The city has gone through the recruitment process for the assistant city manager and has started the process for a selection. That candidate is still going through some of the background processes, and as soon as I have a chance to announce that, I will, but we have a tentative start date of April 29th, so very excited about that. In addition, today, we had our outside panel interview for our Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Director. We had several strong candidates for that and received recommendations for finalists for that we hope to conduct next week. We also have an accounting technician position open to help with payroll. And that is currently open, with April 11th being the first review of applications for anybody interested. And we also have an aquatic superintendent position that is still pending, and we'll get you updates on that. There's also other part-time positions that are available, and you can go online to get more information on those. Under the other city community updates, our community service support grants we are now accepting those officially. You can find out information on our socials. We got out emails and sent out a press release to the CVN, and so we're excited to be accepting those applications. The deadline is April 19th, and as you recall, that is for our nonprofit organizations. We discussed this at the last council meeting, and is available to I think existing nonprofits, if I remember correctly, and new categories or new nonprofits that hadn't received funding previously. So we look forward to reviewing those. The Klintner Mixed Use Project Appeal hearing is scheduled for tomorrow and will take place here in Council Chamber starting at 5:30 p.m. The city also was awarded a competitive habitat conservation fund grant of $183,000 to help with the improvements behind the S&S Seeds property. Now, this is, we just had our, capital improvement program study session last week, and we talked about some of these grants that we receive but require a match. This is a 50% match, so would require an additional investment by the city of $183,000. And again, that's assuming the project doesn't go out to bid and come back at a greater amount. So if the city were to accept this grant, there's a number of different strategies we could take where, of course, we go out and seek other funding sources to help service the city's match. We can ask for an extension in completing that project to give the city more time to do so. This isn't one of those projects that was prioritized in our top 4, and with limited funding, these are types of things that we'll have to actively go out and seek other resources for in order to complete these projects. With that, I'll take any questions, and then afterwards, I'd like to pass it over to our Community Development Director, Nick Bobroff, to just talk a little bit about the County of Santa Barbara housing element. But do you have any questions for me on any of the items I discussed?
Nope.
Great,
Looks
thank
like
you.
not.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Clark and council members. Just real briefly, I wanted to give your council and the community a heads up that next Monday, April 1st, the County Planning Commission will be considering the next step in the implementation of the county's housing element update. So specifically, this will be considering the contemplated rezones of different unincorporated properties throughout the county that the county would need in order to meet their regional housing needs assessment. And so this includes 3 properties that are in the Carpinteria Valley, 2 of which are zoned agriculture, and the third one is what's referred to locally here as the Baylord or Red Tail project site up at the top of Baylord Avenue. All 3 of those are up for consideration by the County Planning Commission to be rezoned to high-density residential. And so that hearing will be, again, next Monday, April 1st, held at the County Planning Commission building, or the county hearing room, excuse me. They have a lot of information on a landing page on the county's website. Probably the easiest way for folks to find it is to just Google search County of Santa Barbara Housing Element, and it should come up as the first hit. And that'll take you to the landing page for the county's housing element update. And then there's links on there to the Planning Commission staff report, to directions on how to submit comments, which are due by Thursday at noon this week, if folks want to submit a letter. And also on that same website is a link to the county's proposed final environmental impact report for the rezones.
Is that it?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. That concludes our report, unless
All
there's any questions.
All right.
If I
any
may,
question? Yeah.
yes, one question. In terms of the housing element, I really appreciate that update. But in terms of the city participating, there isn't anything formally that we will be doing. Now, what we have done was send formal letters. Is that correct?
Through the mayor, Vice Mayor Alarcon, we have in the past submitted several comment letters on the housing element update, and staff is also planning to submit one here to the Planning Commission hearing. Just given the short turnaround with when the agenda and staff report materials were posted, we didn't have time to tee up a formal item for your council to review and consider the letter before we could get it sent in.
Okay.
But we will be participating and monitoring the hearing.
Thank you. Thank you for the update.
All right. Anybody from the public? I'll open the public comment period. Any comments on matters on the city manager's report? All right. Seeing none here. Anybody on Zoom, Brian?
Mayor, we have no raised hands.
Thank you, Brian. We'll close the public comment period, and we will go to public matters not on the agenda. So this is your opportunity to raise matters before the city council on items that are not on our agenda tonight, but are still within the purview of the city council. and I have a number of speaker slips. If you'd like to speak, if you haven't filled out a speaker slip, you can go ahead and speak and then fill out a speaker slip. So the first slip I have is from Dr. Lee Heller. Welcome, Dr. Heller.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. Let me adjust to my height. My name is Lee Heller. I've been a volunteer for the city animal control program for over a decade, and in fact, I was Volunteer of the Year 1 year for that program. And this is Malibu, for those of you who can see him. He is a dog who was impounded by the city in November and named after the street he was found on. Malibu spent the first 3 months of his impoundment living in an indoor kennel at Animal Medical Clinic about the size of my dining room table. And I finally took pity on him and fostered him because that's really no way for a dog to live, even though, as you can tell, he's a little bigger than I like to do at my size and my age. But it was really necessary. And so we're here to ask you for more help for the city's animal control program. As some of you may already know, the city does not contract with county animal services for sheltering or field services. The city felt better able to manage its needs locally because it's a small and very well-integrated city, and it's worked pretty well overall, especially with the Facebook page that I helped to co-administer. Officer Hernandez is the code compliance officer, and Animal Medical Clinic have done a great job overall, but circumstances have really changed since the pandemic, with so many more dogs, in particular, coming into shelters. So, as you might know, the city eliminated its 2 outdoor large public dog kennels because of noise complaints. So the only resource for housing larger dogs is Animal Medical Clinic's small kennels. And they're fully indoors and they are tiny. I mean, he takes up the whole space. So we need more foster homes. We need more adopters, and we really aren't getting the help we need in doing this. So code enforcement, that's not their job. Animal Medical Clinic is a full-service veterinary clinic, very well integrated into the community, providing affordable veterinary care. Their staff don't have time to be networking animals. And I'm doing my best, but I've got 9 other dogs at home. I don't live within the city, by the way, so you can't enforce on zoning with me. Nice try, though. So we could really use more resources with advertising dogs for foster homes and for adoption and finding foster homes. I'm glad to know that Malibu is apparently in your e-newsletter. He's very relaxed right now, by the way. But perhaps ads in the Coastal View News. I just sat with a community member who suggested that Sea Dog might help with advertising, so I reached out immediately to them during a lull in this meeting. So what we need is more community attention through city staff and perhaps volunteers to make this program work, and I see I'm about out of time. So perhaps your volunteer coordinator could also reach out and help us find more volunteers for fostering, for social media networking, even for just walking dogs at the clinic. And by the way, Malibu is himself available for adoption, and if anyone watching is interested, contact Animal Medical Clinic on Casitas Pass Road. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing this to our attention. All right, the next speaker slip is from Mr. Brad Stein. Welcome, Brad.
Welcome, Mayor, council, staff. Thank you for listening to me tonight, vent a little bit. And I did bring a letter. Unfortunately, I cannot be at the meeting tomorrow night. I would have been, but we had previous plans for the last 2 or 3 months, so won't be there. The letter I'm going to temper a little bit. I wrote it stream of thought, and I appreciate Vice Mayor Alarcon speaking to the idea about the county with all the impacts that are going to go through the city. We're getting out of hand with development. You've heard this all. I'm glad that our supervisor lives here, our future supervisor-elect lives here, and I hope you take heart as to what I'm saying and writing into this. And when I say just the city council, it's not just the city council, it's our supervisorial group, it's our state assemblyman Greg Hart, it's our state senator Monique Limon. I include them in all of this because they're all part of the problem, and everyone is just pointing the finger. We can't do anything about it. Throw our hands up. The state is telling us what to do. The rubber's got to hit the road sooner or later, and our neighborhoods are getting overrun, and it's going to get worse and worse by projects that are going to be in the county. So part of this letter I wrote to you, I'm going to read it really quick. I was going to read tomorrow night. Don't take it all personally, because I didn't include all the parties in this. So, dear City Council, I write you not as the chair of the Architectural Review Board, but as a longtime resident of Carpinteria to express my concern that after years of thoughtful planning and community input, the city of Carpinteria is suddenly handing out blank checks to developers to build what they want, where they want, and blaming it on the state of California. And I'm going to drop it on the state. It's not just the city council. They're the ones giving the blank checks. Since when did our elected officials stop fighting and speaking out against projects that will forever change the character and small-town charm of our community? It takes courage to do the right thing, which in your case is preserving Carpinteria and protecting its residents from runaway development. And we're not alone, and you'll hear in just a second. You have taken the first step by appealing the Clintner project on Carpinteria Avenue because in its current configuration, it does not fit in with the surrounding neighborhood, creates a multitude of parking and traffic issues, and does little to provide affordable housing. In exceeding our maximum height limit by a lot, this project sets a dangerous precedent. Expanding and enlarging does not necessarily mean you are proving something. The Clintner project is, if the Clintner project is the vision you have for our downtown T, I hope not. Not only should the developer be sent back to the drawing board, I also urge you and every resident of Carpinteria to visit this website, ourneighborhoodvoices.com, and add your name and support to the initiative, specifically to land use and zoning issues that we bring back local control. Over 110 cities, mayors, council members, the Southern California Association of Governments, the California Contract Cities Association, and the South Bay Council of Governments are standing behind and supporting this initiative. I ask you 5 representatives, to do the same. I know if I were still on the city council, I would never think twice. Respectfully, Brad Stein.
Thank you for your comments, Brad.
Thank you.
We had a previous speaker a couple meetings ago, Leslie Gascoigne, brought up this Our Neighborhood Voices thing, and I'd like the staff to research this initiative and see if whether we should consider signing on to it or not. All right, the next speaker is Fred Shaw. Welcome, Fred.
Good evening, council, mayor, staff, and those viewing. I'm here representing HopeNet of Carpinteria, which is our local suicide prevention group. The number is 988. Only about 1 out of every 8 Americans really know what those numbers mean. 988 is a national lifeline providing free and confidential support for people in crisis or thinking of suicide. When you call, an automated message will suggest some options to you while your call is actually routed to a local crisis center. When you're connected to a local crisis worker, he or she will listen to you, understand how your problem is affecting you, provide support, and get you the help you need. Here in Carpinteria, HopeNet provides information cards at City Hall and throughout the community with the 988 number on the back, and things to be aware of when you or friends are in crisis. The cards look like this, and with your permission, I'm going to leave them right by the mural over there on the side, so people leaving can grab them. And it truly means that help is truly just a phone call away. So please, if you're in crisis or someone you know is in crisis or thinking about suicide, have them call this number. They can get help. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. All right, the last speaker slip I have is Luis Torres. Welcome.
Hey, how we doing?
We're doing good.
Okay, me
How
too.
about you?
I'm great. My name is Luis Force Torres. honorable council, honorable staff, officer, and gentlefolk of Carpinteria. I'm a storyteller. I own a bookstore in town. I own a publishing company, and we have a nonprofit. I didn't really realize tonight was about music, but my theme is something about creativity, and I'd like to get more into it in the future. The proclamations that you have on here line up perfectly. You know, creating life, donating life, that's what creativity is. For Fred, creativity can help people who are at the edge. You know, we talk about the beauty of the night sky. We talk about independent businesses. We talk about celebrating Carpinteria awards. But what I've noticed is that for new creatives in town, we oftentimes hit our head against the city or against large organizations that are well-funded or better funded than we are. So my point tonight was actually to draw attention to the fact that we are being forced to put apparently handicap spots in front of the beautiful Carpinteria World's Safest Beach mural that so many people love taking photos in front of. It's a draw for the tourists. It's a draw for the economy. It's a beautiful thing. And if we don't think creatively, we're going to block that with ugly handicap signs. It's not a good thing. And I come in tonight, I see people saying save music, save lives, you know, build parks. I mean, we get stuck in the mindset where we're not going to allow for creative solutions. We're not the coolest city in Santa Barbara County anymore. I was born in Santa Barbara. That place is pretty dead. I grew up in Solvang. That place is pretty gentrified. Carp is the cool city. So my point tonight was saying, let's save the mural that brings people to our small town, but let's use this as a theme for everything else going forward. Art, books, music, that's creative, and we have a unique identity with that. We don't want to be overpopulated. We don't want to crowd ourselves out, but at the same time, we want to allow for creative solutions. A little library at the skate park, that's a creative solution. A mural on the side of a bookstore, that's a creative solution. More murals, creative solutions. So I don't really have a point other than that I want to make sure that we, as Carpinteria, stay creative in everything that we do. And I'd be happy to take part as a family man, as a businessman, and as an individual living here in Carpinteria. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. All right, that's the last of speakers. So anybody else like to speak on items not on our agenda tonight? All right, seeing none. Anybody on Zoom, Brian?
Mayor, we have no raised hands.
Thank you, Brian. We'll close the public comment period. And we're going to go, I think, to the consent calendar.
All right. I move to approve the minutes of the regular meeting held March 11, 2024, and the special meeting held March 19, 2024, and receive and file the expenditures for the period beginning March 4th, 2024, ending March 15, 2024, and receive and file the reports of contracts executed by the city manager for the period of February 20, 2024 through March 18, 2024, and receive and file the monthly treasurer's report on compliance with statement of state safekeeping and investment of public funds for February 2024. Adopt resolution number 6296 as read by title only, directing the city manager to prepare assessment report for the consideration of continuous street lighting district number 1 for fiscal year 2024 to 25. Adopt resolution number 6297 as read by title only, ordering the preparation of a report describing the financial status of the district and recommending assessment for fiscal year 2024 to 25 for Carpinteria lighting, landscaping, and right-of-way improvements, district number 3. And adopt resolution number 6298, ordering a report by Downtown T Business Advisory Board for the purpose of continuing assessment for the Carpinteria Parking and Business Improvement Area Assessment, district number 4 for fiscal year 2024 and 25. And adopt resolution number 6299, as read by title only, ordering the preparation of a report describing the winter protection berm program and associated assessment and continue the Winter Protection Berm Assessment District Number 5 for fiscal year 2024 to 25.
Second.
Good job, Roy. Okay, a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Brian, number 14 on our agenda is approval of agreement between the City of Carpinteria and the South Coast Community Media Access Center.
I think we have 13.
Number 13, I'm sorry. Adoption of resolution number 6300, approving appointments to and removal from the Downtown T Business Advisory Board.
Good evening, Council. Sorry about that. This evening, I'm here to present the recommendation for adoption of Resolution Number 6300, approving appointments to and removal from the Downtown Business Advisory Board. To provide some background, the Downtown Business Advisory Board, formerly known as the Parking and Business Improvement Advisory Board, was formed in 1990 in order to comply with the change in state law that required the appointment of an advisory board to make recommendations to City Council on the use of business improvement district funds collected through assessments. The board meets on the first Thursday of every month and is composed of 4 assessment-paying members, 3 at-large members, and 3 alternate assessment-paying members. For this agenda matter, the city has received 3 applications from 3 business owners within the Parking Business and Improvements Area Assessment District Number 4. There is currently 1 vacancy for an assessment-paying member and 2 vacancies for 2 alternate assessment-paying members. All 3 applicants qualify for either the assessment-paying member or the alternate assessment-paying member positions. As for the recommendation for removal, alternate assessment-paying member Warner Ebink has missed consecutive meetings without excuse. Carpinteria Municipal Code Section 1228-080 states that in an event a member is absent for more than 2 consecutive meetings, unless excused by the chair, the position of such member shall be deemed vacant. The city follows this practice for all city boards, commissions, and committees, and staff is recommending the removal of Mr. Ebink as an alternate assessment-paying member from the Downtown Business Advisory Board. On March 21st, 2024, the City Council Boards, Commissions, and Committees Review Committee met with the staff and reviewed the received applications and request to remove alternate assessment-paying member Warner Ebink due to consecutive unexcused absences. Following discussion, the committee recommended appointment of Andre Jackson as an assessment-paying member, Kevin Murphy and Luis Torres as alternate assessment-paying members, and removal of Warner Ebink. I believe all 3 applicants are in the audience tonight and prepared for any questions you may have. And with that, completes my report.
Mayor,
Any questions?
Yeah, if I may. So I'm sorry to hear that Mr. Ebink was not didn't follow up with his appointment to the Downtown T Business Advisory Board. Was there public outreach done to him, from the city to find the reasoning why he wasn't attending? And did he get all the information that he needed?
Right. There were multiple attempts to contact Mr. Ebink, both from city staff as well as the chair of the board, to no response.
Okay, got it. Just want to make sure. Thank you.
All right. If there's no other questions, I'll open this up, open the public comment.
Actually, I'm so sorry. Could we hear from each of the applicants if they're here, if they want to just maybe make a short statement as to why they want to be on the board?
Sure. I believe, Andre, you want to step up?
Hi, council, mayor, staff. I was invited to join as a new business owner. We were able to attend a couple meetings to learn what goes on. Sorry, usually I'm the loudest one in the room. I was invited to join, come check it out, see if it's something I might have time for and be interested to commit to. And I am very interested in becoming more involved, being more knowledgeable about what's going on in our city. I'm a new business owner, and it was pretty exciting. So I've gone to a couple meetings, filled out the application, understand we've got more processes to follow to be implemented. So I look forward to it if I get to do it. Thanks.
I believe Louis is here also.
I'm here. An encore, thank you. So I own Lantern Tree Books, currently at the corner of Linden and Wilbrant. We're also a publishing house, and I have a nonprofit, non-religious nonprofit called bookchurch.org. We do international publishing and outreach, books to kids, books to anybody who needs them, really, new and used. I want to take part with those three businesses. I want to encourage the community. I live here. I love it here. We've already worked with plenty of nonprofits, for-profits. We're working with the city. We're working with museums. We're working with, we had an amazing poetry workshop with Girls Inc. that seriously blew my mind. We've started doing fiction panels, nonfiction panels. We literally are building off that theme of creativity, and the business side is the hard side. So to emulate Andre, I want to learn a bit more about the process, and that's why I want to be on the panel. I also want to contribute some of my business knowledge to other businesses as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
And is Kevin Murphy here?
I think he's still closing up shop.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right. So Kevin Murphy is not in attendance.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll bring it back to the council for consideration.
Want to do public comment first?
We did that.
Okay.
Through the mayor, I'd ask that you open up generally public comment.
All right, I'll open up the public comment period. Anybody want to speak on this item? Welcome, Lorraine.
Yeah, thank you.
Can you fill out the slip when you're done?
Yes, I will.
Thank you so much.
I wasn't planning to speak on this, but on behalf of Kevin, as you know, I'm the chair of the DTBAB, and we've been working with Kevin and Andre and Louis. They've been attending our meetings for the last several meetings as guests, and they've been contributing in a very positive way. So I hope that Kevin's absence here tonight doesn't sway you. He's very committed, and he's been contributing, so that's all I want to say. And Stefan's been also at those meetings, and he's aware of the contributions, so
Thank you.
thank you.
I will fill out a slip. Hi, everyone. I'm Michelle Carlin, and I am a board member at large on the Downtown T Business Advisory Board. And just as Lorraine has shared, I would share that each of these business owners that you've just heard from, with the exception of Kevin, who Lorraine has spoke on his behalf, are great additions to our board. And the reason for that is they bring diversity. And we're really looking for individuals within the community to help us support and make very strong decisions for this particular committee to all of you. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else? All right, anybody on Zoom, Brian?
Mayor, we have no raised hands.
All right, so we'll close the public comment period and bring it back to the council.
If I may, I appreciate those possible members here or those who applied being here in person. I also appreciate the public comment from those existing members. Based on the staff report and based on the applications, I would recommend we move forward with the Downtown Business Advisory recommendations. And I would be happy to also share the motion unless there's any other discussion.
I'll just say that several years ago, before I was on council, I was one of the at-large members of the Downtown T Business Advisory Board, and we struggled to get a quorum for about a year or so. So it's really great to see so many people who are interested and really being involved and being active in it. And from just looking at the applications from these three candidates, it seems like we're in very good shape with this board. And thank you to staff for all the work that you're doing in helping to shepherd it through.
All right, so with that, I'll move to adopt resolution number 6300 as read by title only, approving the appointment of Andre Jackson as an assessment-paying member to the Downtown T Business Advisory Board, and appointment of Kevin Murphy and Luis Torres as alternate assessment-paying members to the Downtown T Business Advisory Board, and remove Warner Ebnick as an alternate assessment-paying member due to consecutive unexcused absences.
I'll second that.
All right, any further discussion? All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0, Brian. And now we'll do 14, approval of the agreement between City of Carpinteria and the South Coast Community Media Access Center.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Just a little bit of background to this item. At the September 25th council meeting last year, a member of the public requested that the city broadcast the Architectural Review Board meetings. Staff distributed a memo to council members on the possibility of broadcasting the Architectural Review Board meetings, including on government access television, on Granicus, and on Zoom, as well as adding a Zoom broadcast and public comment access to Planning Commission meetings. At the November 13th meeting last year, the council directed staff to explore televising and providing Zoom commentary for the Architectural Review Board meeting and adding Zoom commentary to the Planning Commission meetings. The purpose of tonight's agenda matter is for the council to consider approving a successor agreement between the city and the South Coast Community Media Access Center doing business as TV Santa Barbara, which includes the additional services of broadcasting the Architectural Review Board meetings on government access television, on Granicus, and on Zoom, and adding the Zoom commentary to the Planning Commission meetings. The proposed agreement is for a term of 5 years. An additional budget appropriation to cover the first year's cost of this agreement was included in the mid-year budget. The funding to TV Santa Barbara for the first year is $37,500. The next 2 years, it's $50,000 per year, and the last 2 years, it's $60,000 per year. And staff will include the proposed increases in the future fiscal year budgets. And we also, in the audience, have available Eric Davis, the Executive Director of TV Santa Barbara. And with that, I'll take any questions.
All right, any questions?
Yeah, 2 quick questions. Is the not to exceed $60,000 annually in the last 2 years of the contract, does that just represent a cost of living increase, or are there other considerations that are involved in the increase?
It's basically inflation.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, do we get any information on ratings for the meetings? Ratings are either by Zoom or by people who are watching on TV, since this change is coming about from somebody asking for it, which I think is great to have more access to these meetings. But do we get any information about who is following up and watching?
Sure. That's another nice thing with Zoom is we can run certain statistical reports and kind of see how many people are attending each meeting and some other facts. So yeah, we can definitely run reports and figure that out.
That's great. Thank you.
All right. We'll open the public comment period and see if anybody in the public wants to comment about the changing the contract to provide additional services. And seeing none, anybody on Zoom, Brian?
We have no raised hands, Mayor.
All right, thank you. And we'll bring it back to the council.
I'll make the motion. I move to authorize the mayor to sign the agreement between the City of Carpinteria and the South Coast Community Media Access Center.
And I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, Brian, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Nomura?
Aye.
Councilmember Solorzano?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Alarcon?
Aye.
Councilmember Lee?
Aye.
And Mayor Clark.
Aye. All right, thank you. The next item is an amendment to the city's CalPERS contract.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Tonight before you is Resolution 6301, a resolution of intention giving notice of the city's intent to amend the contract between the Board of Administration, California Public Employee Retirement System, also referred to as CalPERS, and City Ordinance Number 779, authorizing the amendment to the CalPERS contract. To provide just a little background, CalPERS is the agency that manages a defined pension retirement plan for public employees. Those pensions are funded by employee contributions, employer contributions, and investment returns. CalPERS members are defined as either having a classic membership or a PEPRA membership. PEPRA stands for Public Employee Pension Reform Act. And in general, the classic employees are those employees who have been enrolled in CalPERS prior to January 1st, 2013. They're considered classic. And the PEPRA members are those who became members on or after January 1st of 2013. And the item before you pertains only to our classic employees. And all of our classic employees have been notified of this matter before you. On October 22nd, 2012, the City Council adopted Resolution Number 5414, which amended the CalPERS contract and implemented a cost-sharing agreement between the city and the employees, with employees agreeing to pay 4.509% of the city's contribution. The cost-share agreement had a sunset date of September 16, 2020. However, the employee cost-share percent remained unchanged, and that was noted in the conditions of employment for our miscellaneous and our management personnel, as well as our bargaining unit employees who fall under a memorandum of understanding. Staff was first notified on October 24, 2023 by CalPERS of the city's process that was needed to continue that cost-sharing agreement. And so the cost-sharing agreement would include these steps: adopt resolution number 6301, which is the resolution of intention, approve ordinance number 779 with the first reading, and the final reading will take place at your meeting of April 22nd, 2024. And then within 20 days of the adoption of the said resolution, the city will conduct an employee election, and there needs to be a majority vote of the employees in order for this to be approved with CalPERS. And we anticipate having that election by April 17th, 2024. And then we will submit our documents to CalPERS. They will amend the contract and then send it back to us so that we can then implement the cost sharing at 4.509%. And that would begin the pay period beginning of May 25th, 2024. Staff recommends the adoption of Resolution 6301, the resolution of intention, and approve ordinance number 779 as read by title only. That concludes my presentation. I'm available to answer any questions. Lisette Maldonado, our Administrative Service Director, is also here to answer any questions related to payroll. Thank you.
Thank you, Teresa. Any questions?
Yeah, just a couple quick questions. So this change, it just impacts the classic CalPERS members, right?
Correct.
So then what is the breakdown in numbers between the classic CalPERS and then the PEPRA staff?
Yeah, so we have 41 employees who are CalPERS members, and we do have a breakdown of those employees. So 15 of the 41 are classic.
Great, thank you. I was just curious how the breakdown went. And then, was the city unique in this gap that took place that the amendment is trying to ameliorate, or was this something that was more affecting other agencies as well?
Yeah, that was not specific just to us. There were, when CalPERS reached out to us, we were notified that there was 15 agencies that were having the same need to amend their contracts with CalPERS.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the context.
All right. Anybody from the public like to comment on the amendment to the city's CalPERS contract? And anybody on Zoom, Brian?
Mayor, we have no raised hands.
Thank you, Brian. We'll bring it back to the city council for a motion.
I'll move to adopt resolution number 6301 and approve ordinance number 779 on the first reading as read by title only and continue the second reading for adoption to the April 22nd, 2024 council meeting.
And I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, Brian, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Sure. Before I get to the roll call, let me read into the record the ordinance title. Ordinance number 779, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Carpinteria authorizing an amendment to the contract between the City Council of the City of Carpinteria and the Board of Administration of the California Public Employees Retirement System. And now for the roll call vote, Councilmember Demura.
Aye.
Councilmember Solorzano.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Alarcon.
Aye.
Councilmember Lee.
Aye.
And Mayor Clark.
Aye. Thank you very much. Okay, now we're going to agenda item number 16, to receive an update on the city's live entertainment licensing program and provide direction to staff on revisions to the live entertainment licensing program.
Good evening again, council. Give me just a moment here to get settled.
Mayor, would you like us to begin or hold on just a second?
I think we'll wait. It's okay. Good. All right.
Okay, good evening, council and members of the public. The purpose of tonight's item is to provide your council and the public with a general overview of how live entertainment is currently regulated within the city, as well as status of the currently licensed businesses here in the city. We're also seeking to solicit constructive feedback from the public on what they would like to see in terms of potential changes to how live entertainment is regulated, and then, of course, receive feedback from your council on the appropriate balance between permissiveness and restrictiveness when it comes to how live entertainment is regulated, both currently and looking ahead into the future. I've got a couple background slides here just to kind of help set the stage, and then I'll go through kind of some of the details of how live entertainment is currently regulated here in Carpinteria. So going back to at least 2002, the city has regulated live entertainment and required businesses to obtain an entertainment license if they wish to host live entertainment. Historically, over most of that time, we've had very few complaints. It's been a relatively successful program. I'd say on average, we're looking at maybe about 5 complaints per year citywide. There have been the occasional exceptions to that, but overall, it's been a relatively successful program. And when we do get complaints, most of them have been resolved through simple efforts, such as our code compliance staff or law enforcement staff reaching out to a business, letting them know we've received a complaint, and asking for their cooperation in turning down the volume or shutting an open door, something like that. maybe on an occasional basis needing to escalate the situation to issuing a verbal or written warning, and only in the rarest of circumstances needing to go a step beyond that and issuing a citation or some other kind of escalated response. Historically, live entertainment's only been allowed indoors. However, during the COVID-19 pandemic, your council made allowances for live entertainment to be temporarily moved outdoors. And in the post-COVID environment, or what I'm calling the kind of recovery phase here of COVID over the last couple of years, we've seen a gradual intensification in live entertainment throughout the city. And this seems to have reached sort of a peak level over last summer when we saw a sudden uptick in the number of noise complaints that we were receiving related to live entertainment. These complaints have been focused exclusively on Island Brewing Company, and it's gone from having about 4 or 5 complaints citywide to 20 or 21 complaints logged just last year, in the second half of last year, concerning Island Brewing Company. Most of those complaints did come from a single source. However, there were other complainants as well. Those 20 logged complaints are the ones that have been logged through the Sheriff's Department. Separate complaints or maybe duplicate complaints also came to the city, but we didn't have necessarily a good way to log them because they're coming in through multiple people and through multiple sources. Initially, efforts by law enforcement to respond to these complaints were hampered by uncertainty over who has a license, who doesn't, whether law enforcement has authority to enforce city entertainment license conditions, and then also some of the ambiguous language of our entertainment license conditions, which I'll get to here in just a moment. So over the back half of last year, following this uptick in complaints, city staff took a number of efforts to try to respond to these complaints and bring the entertainment licensing program back under the control of the city. Among the steps that we took was instituting better coordination between city and law enforcement staff to get everybody on the same page in terms of what the rules are, who has a license, who doesn't, what the authority is to enforce those regulations. We also did some outreach to all the businesses in the city who have either hosted live entertainment historically, or that were hosting it, or that we thought might be interested in hosting it at some point in the future, letting them know that they do need to come in and get a license. There had been a lapse there for several years, going back to at least the start of COVID, where the licensing program had fallen by the wayside, so we actually had no businesses with a license, so we're trying to get everybody back onto the right page here. And then also working with law enforcement staff, our city attorney's office, the city manager's office, code compliance staff, we developed some additional administrative entertainment license conditions that were intended to address some of the problems that we were having, primarily with outdoor live entertainment, to provide some more objective, measurable standards to apply to those complaints and to help us resolve an alleged violation. And so all those efforts came to a head here and were fully in place by the end of last year. And it did have the intended effect in that the number of complaints has dropped off. Since we've gotten here into early 2024, I think we've only had one incident that's been logged. That being said, the businesses that are affected by these license conditions and some of the supporters of those businesses have come to the conclusion that these conditions are overly burdensome and are stifling, the success of these businesses or the creative, enjoyment of live music throughout the city. And there's been requests from public commenters on both sides of this issue, asking the council to step in and help provide direction on where we go from here and how we should be regulating live entertainment. So with that, I will walk you through in more detail what the restrictions on live entertainment look like currently. So the main tool that we have in our municipal code is Chapter 5.40, which is titled Live Entertainment. As I said, it's been on the books since 2002. It requires any business that wants to hold live entertainment to obtain an annual entertainment license from the city. A couple of key elements here to how a place of entertainment is defined. It's required to be an indoor location, so inside of a building or a hall. It's not supposed to have fixed seats. This isn't a theater. It's not a concert venue. It's really meant to be, as the second bullet down there says, under place of entertainment, an ancillary use to the serving of food, refreshment, or other merchandise. So it's supposed to be something that helps add to the atmosphere of a business's primary function. It's not supposed to become the primary function of the business. And I think that's important here to keep in mind, as these aren't meant to be concert venues. These aren't meant to be music clubs or nightclubs. It's really meant to be kind of something that gets added on to what a business is already doing. The municipal code outlines a number of standard conditions that are in the third bulleted point there. These include no live entertainment after 1 a.m. Noise levels have to reach a level that is not offensive or disturbing to surrounding neighborhood or residences or other uses that may be in the area. Licensed businesses are required to have an on-site manager that can help respond to complaints if or when they come up. There's a number of miscellaneous safety measures related to lighting and exiting and background checks and what have you. There's also a condition that allows the community development director to impose additional conditions as needed to address, potential nuisance issues or challenges that are coming up. The live entertainment ordinance also authorizes law enforcement to terminate live entertainment for disturbance of the peace, disorderly conduct, or any other violation of a law or ordinance. And finally, the existing ordinance authorizes the director to deny, suspend, or revoke a license on certain grounds, and then provides a means that that decision could be appealed to your city council. So this is the ordinance as it stands now. This is what's on the books currently, and this is what we've been using since 2002 to try to regulate live entertainment. This is a little bit of a weird segue, but I wanted to make sure that this didn't fall out of the presentation. Under the existing ordinance, live entertainment is primarily only allowed indoors. There are several exceptions that I just wanted to highlight that are already on the books that are not something that's proposed or new. These include special event permits, so something like the annual Avocado Festival. There's a process by which that's granted every year, and that allows for that live entertainment to occur as part of the festival. Similarly, we have temporary use permits, which is a similar kind of vehicle, but on private property. And again, can allow for these sort of discrete special events where outdoor live entertainment could be allowed. And an obvious example would be the annual St. Joseph's Festival every year. There's also an allowance in the municipal code for what I'm referring to as special promotional events. So a business that's otherwise has all of its licenses and permits and approvals is eligible for up to 6 promotional events per year. The examples that are described in the municipal code talk about things like a sidewalk sale or a grand opening, but historically staff's been pretty flexible with this and has allowed for anniversary celebrations for a business or other types of events that a business wants to do, and allowed them to weave in like outdoor live entertainment as part of that on a case-by-case basis. These don't require a permit from the city necessarily, but they do require advanced coordination with the city so that we can track the number of events and coordinate with public safety personnel in terms of, police services or fire life safety access, those types of things. So there's a little bit of coordination there, but otherwise, those are free events that a business can take advantage of. We also have another tool in the ordinance, which is public nuisances. This is a little bit more of a tool that the city might use to enforce problems related to noise nuisances on a really egregious example. It's probably not the tool for a singular one-off type of event or one-off type of complaint. But if we were having multiple residences or multiple residents throughout a neighborhood complaining about a loud event or something like that, we could use the public nuisance language in the municipal code to seek restitution or resolution of that event. So it's another tool in our toolbox. It's not something that we use very often. So I'd hinted at this earlier, but back in May of 2020, in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, your council adopted ordinance number 744, which was intended originally to support local businesses and promote social distancing by allowing a number of business activities, including licensed live entertainment, to be temporarily relocated outdoors. So all the other license conditions still applied in terms of not disturbing the neighbors, having to have a manager on site, all that type of stuff. It just allowed live music to be moved from indoors to outdoors to account for the COVID-19 pandemic. Currently, that allowance, it remains in effect until June 30th of this year, and it's set to expire after that, at which point, if it does, live entertainment would need to move back indoors with the exception of those special events that we were just talking about. So recognizing that with the prevalence of outdoor live entertainment in these, again, kind of post-COVID years, and some of the impacts that we were seeing with it, we realized that there was a need to craft some additional conditions to try to have a little bit better control over outdoor live entertainment in particular while it was allowed under the temporary COVID provisions. In going into this effort, there was two primary goals that staff was trying to achieve. One was continuing to allow for a reasonable amount of live entertainment and at a reasonable intensity, while also giving code enforcement and law enforcement staff better tools or more objective tools to be able to evaluate complaints when they're received and then to resolve a verified offense. What we were finding is, using just some of the existing language in the live entertainment ordinance about not allowing noise levels to be offensive or disturbing to a surrounding neighborhood, is that it was very subjective. Law enforcement staff or code compliance staff would have a hard time kind of sticking a pin in that out in the field in a given circumstance. What are we using? Are we relying on the complainant's standard? Are we relying on the business's standard? Are we relying on the responding officer's standard? It was really difficult to have a consistent level of response or to get a consistent approach to responding to these calls amongst the different parties that might respond. And so as we started to craft these administrative conditions, we were looking for a way to try to resolve that discrepancy. There was also a couple practical considerations. Most of live entertainment's occurring after hours for city staff, meaning that we're relying primarily on the sheriff's deputies to respond to nuisance complaints. Given that, we wanted to avoid the need for needing to rely on special equipment or special training in order to enforce these standards. We were looking for something more simple that would be readily available to any deputy to be able to apply out in the field. We're also looking to have a single set of consistent standards that could apply to all licensed businesses rather than having unique set of conditions crafted for each business in each circumstance. Again, to make it easier to enforce these across the board. And so some of the key administrative conditions that staff came up with and have been placing on entertainment licenses include acknowledging the upcoming expiration of the allowances for outdoor live entertainment. We had also instituted a cumulative limit on the hours of live entertainment per week per business. And so I think the intention here was for outdoor live music, although it's not clearly specified in this condition, but we had identified it as a maximum of 2 hours total between Monday and Thursday, and a total maximum of 6 hours over Friday and Sunday. We had also similarly imposed a curfew on amplified live music, 9 p.m. Monday through Thursday and Sunday, and 10 p.m. on Fridays and Saturday. We imposed a standard saying indoor live entertainment should not be audible more than 300 feet from the property line and of the licensed business, and outdoor live entertainment should not be disturbing to people of normal sensitivity at 500 feet from the property line and should not be audible at all more than 750 feet away from the property line. We also added language that live entertainment should face away from the nearest residences and avoid unreasonable noise impacts to residential locations. Reiterated that sound levels can be reduced or eliminated upon request by law enforcement or code compliance staff. And then finally, we tried to clarify or add some more objectiveness to the language that's already in the municipal code about the director's ability to revoke or suspend a license by saying that more than 3 warnings or citations issued in a license year by code compliance or law enforcement could be grounds for the suspension or revocation of a license. So with these conditions in place, as I said, we have seen a reduction in the number of complaints related to live music. However, we're also seeing, pushback from some of the affected businesses and patrons that this has become overly burdensome. And so with that, we're really looking for feedback tonight from your council on, where to strike that appropriate balance. You have a couple of options here in ways that you could proceed. You could provide direction to staff on suggested revisions that your council might like to see to these administrative conditions. So these are the director-imposed conditions. Examples could be changes to the cumulative number of hours per week, weekdays or weekends, changes to the curfews, how we regulate indoor versus outdoor music, what our enforcement approach ought to be, or our enforcement posture. You could also, in addition or in place of that effort, direct staff to initiate amendments to the actual ordinance itself, to Chapter 5.40. And that could include, again, just as an example, creating a permanent allowance for outdoor entertainment, if that's in the interest of the council, or refining operating standards, just as, again, as another example there of types of feedback that we're seeking from your council. With that, I'll go ahead and wrap it up unless you have any questions for me.
Any questions?
Yeah,
Please go ahead.
Thank you. My first question is about the temporary COVID-19 outdoor business permit program. Before getting into some of the details of the other issues you raised, it seems like outdoor music has really become very popular in the city, and I'm not sure how the rest of the council feels, but I would love to look into a way to get a temporary tool potentially to extend that. I know that it might not be, extending the COVID-oriented ordinance might not be the best way to do it, since like you said, it really came about at the height of the pandemic. But are there other tools that we can use to extend that, so that once June 30th comes around, we're not faced with moving all music indoors?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Solarsino, it wouldn't necessarily be a temporary fix,
Okay.
but there is a way that we could potentially do sort of a narrowly focused surgical amendment, if you will, to the live entertainment ordinance to just change the definition of place of entertainment, right? So as an example, right now it says something like in a building, hall, yada, yada, yada. We could change it to say, or on the outdoor, premises associated with a licensed business. So we'd have to do some wordsmithing, but that would be one way that you could do kind of a very narrowly focused carve-out relatively quickly to create an allowance for outdoor live entertainment going forward. And then in that meantime, we'd probably still rely on the administrative conditions to address, kind of the operating standard piece of it until we can come back with a more comprehensive ordinance amendment. That's one, way that could work out. That's kind of probably the most obvious way that staff could, come up with here ahead of the meeting.
Okay, that would be something I would be interested in following up on, in terms of that part of it. But I know that you had a question too.
Okay, this is for Butch. How does a deputy determine a violation? If they go in, how do you determine? Is there tools that they can use?
Again, it is based on the complaining party, because again, our peace cannot be disturbed as law enforcement officers, so we have to have an independent party phone in the complaint. And again, we try to get compliance before enforcement action is taken. That's been the rule of thumb here.
Another question. One issue that I've been hearing about are the decibel measure readers. And is that something that the city has access to, or is that something that sheriff's officers carry with them typically? I'd love to know more about what staff feedback is on those.
Through the mayor, we tried to avoid relying on a decibel-based standard because we don't have that type of equipment on hand, and we don't have, we don't have the means necessarily to provide each sheriff deputy with a decibel meter or some type of equipment like that, or to do the training, or to even do the, kind of the upkeep or certification needed to keep those pieces of equipment in working order. And so we've tried to shy away from that type of approach in favor of something that was a little bit more readily available to our deputies and to our code compliance staff out in the field.
That's helpful to know a little bit more about what's required to use those readers. It sounds like it's not as easy as just turning it on, or does it require a little bit more knowledge than that?
I think I don't know much about them, to be honest with you. We have one somewhere here at City Hall, if we can find it, that I remember seeing pre-remodel a long time ago. It might be older than I was at this point. It was kind of an analog device. But they need to be maintained. They need to be calibrated if we're really going to rely on them as an enforcement tool. And if they were going to stand up to some kind of a challenge, if we're going to start issuing citations or potentially even a license revocation based on, multiple violations of a decibel reading.
And so in terms of the administrative conditions, those are the ones that you're able to change that as the community development director, is that right?
Yes, that's correct. These are administrative conditions that have been crafted and placed on licensees by staff under the discretion afforded to the director in the ordinance. They can be iterative in the sense that I can make changes to them or amendments to them over time as conditions dictate, or with feedback from your council, or with constructive feedback from the public.
So then if one concern was, one concern I've heard about is the threat of having the entertainment license revoked might seem like a heavy a consequence. It sounds in the administrative conditions after 3 strikes or 3 warnings. Is that something that we'd be able to change that through the administrative conditions fairly easily to maybe extend the number of incidents to 5 or something, and so that's not 3, which sounds, I think, kind of more worrisome to businesses?
Councilmember Slarcino, we do have that option to change any of the administrative conditions as your council sees fit, including that 3 strikes standard that you've referenced. I do want to point out that the intent of that particular standard was to try to add some quantitative kind of basis to the language that's already in the ordinance, right? So under the existing live entertainment ordinance in the municipal code, the director has the authority to revoke or suspend a license for a violation of the rules or misrepresentation of information on application. There's several grounds for when a license can be revoked, but it doesn't say beyond that, how bad of a violation does it have to be? How many violations does it have to be? And so this was sort of an attempt to kind of have something that gave a little bit more depth to, when a director may revoke a license.
Got it. Thank you.
If I may, thank you for your report. You shared that some businesses have expressed that these regulations have felt too restrictive. Can you provide some examples of those concerns?
Through the mayor, Vice Mayor Alarcon, I haven't received a lot in the way of specifics. I know just generally that there's resistance to the the distance-based noise standards from some of the businesses. I know there's also resistance from some of the businesses about the caps on the number of cumulative hours of live music on weekdays and weekends. So, those are a couple of examples that have been brought up to me, but I haven't necessarily received concrete feedback on what these businesses would prefer to see. So that's part of what we're hoping to get tonight from some of these folks.
Okay. And then one other question for you. You had shared in terms of the distance for indoor, it was 300 feet should not be disturbing. Is that what you had described?
I believe that's what it says. I'm going to go back to it here.
And is there a distance where it should not be audible at all? You provided those examples for outdoor, but I don't believe I heard anything for indoor.
We didn't have an additional standard for indoor, other than it just shouldn't be audible more than 300 feet off of the property.
Okay. Thank you.
And then outdoor, there's the little bit larger radius, 500 and 750 feet.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody
Mayor and
else?
City Council, can I point out a parallel ordinance that Santa Barbara County has had for numerous years? It's 40-2, it's noise prohibited. In that specific statute, it says, although it says that you can use meters and things of that nature, but the very last sentence in that, enforcement of a violation under this chapter shall not require the use of a sound level meter. So that's what the county recognizes in the county ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, we'll open up the public comment period. I don't have any speaker slips. But I think I see some on the way. Okay, yes, we do have some. First one is Bill Wellman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I prepared copies of my comments if you would
Can
like.
can you use
to-
the microphone?
Sure.
Thanks.
Would you like copies of my comments? I have them for each of you.
If you have them, sure.
Okay. First of all, Mayor, Council, I did not know about Proclamation 3 and 4 when I prepared my comments. So as I go through here, keep that in mind. Island Brewing Company is a homegrown business. It's strongly supported by a large segment of our community. It's the neighborhood place to go, where everybody knows your name, just like that TV show Cheers. In fact, Island Brewing is also a tourist destination. Many Californians come from Santa Barbara, San Luis Obispo, Ventura, Los Angeles counties. In addition, Island Brewery enjoys visitors from England, Japan, Australia, and even Canada. Our community brings their friends and family to Island Brewery for the family atmosphere and no-hassle entertainment. In all, Island Brewery is a safe, enjoyable venue to relax and be casually entertained. Island Brewing, from its very beginning, 24 years ago, is a strong supporter of our community. The owners actively participate in community events like the Avocado Festival, Girls Inc., Rotary Club, Boys and Girls Club, and Chamber of Commerce, Carpinteria Children's Project, the Thrive, and is active with United States submarine veterans. The owner is president of Faith Lutheran Church and was named Carpinterian of the Year in 2016. Carpinteria benefits from Island Brewing as a loved business and by taxes and business fees from 2000 until now. You are now considering drafting changes to an ordinance that could negatively impact the community and businesses. During your deliberations, please keep in mind that one family is taking it upon itself to destroy a business because they can hear good music during traditional non-quiet hours. One family wants to control the behavior of hundreds of residents and tourists. One family wants to jeopardize the city's income stream by making you enact an ordinance that will jeopardize all businesses providing socially oriented services to this city. The family lives very close to the train tracks. Are they going to try to ban Amtrak next? Considering the facts I've noted, how can the City Council consider any ordinance that would negatively impact so many of your constituents? It is not the responsibility of government to hear just the voice of one person, but rather support the reasonable voice of the majority. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Can you please not applaud after each comment? I appreciate it. You can applaud at the end. Thank you for your comments. All right, Brian Moots.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. How are you doing? I'm here taking my time as a citizen of Carpinteria to show my support for the businesses who have the entertainment licenses. Each business is an asset to this community. In the section of the City of Carpinteria Entertainment License Additional Conditions Approval, on number 4, there's a word called reasonable. What I think the businesses are finding is that a lot of these conditions are not reasonable. One is the cumulative hours of entertainment limited to about 2 hours a week for during the week, but that's not specified whether that's indoors or outdoors. So I'm not sure if one band or one entertainer or anybody would come into a town for a half-hour show or a 15-minute show. What I'm asking from you and from everybody here is I have faith in this process that it'll be reasonable, that every entity will be listened to, and you'll have a balanced, fair solution. And part of that is having music outside. If anything, every beach community has music outside. Highly densely populated places have music outside. I might not be standing here talking like this, but this is not CBGB's. This is not Playing the Dead Kennedys. This is Island Brewery. This is Cork Creek. This is Sunburst. This is Brew Lab. This is the Rincons. This is south of Linden. This is what it is. It's not onerous, but some of the regulations can be onerous. They're not well defined per se. And like was mentioned by the previous speaker, it seems to be one particular family, and I'm sure they're nice in so many ways, and I'm sure they're constructive and good community members in so many ways, except for this. And we haven't had any complaints until then. In closing, April is Business Appreciation Month. Let's extend that to May, to June, to July, and August, September. Let's extend it forever, okay? Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Paul Wright.
I didn't pay anybody. Mayor Al and councilmen, tonight we're reviewing the city's regulations for live music. It seems that there are a number, well, one other thing. I represent, of course, Island Brewing Company, but I also represent the Carpinteria Entertainment Coalition. We just made that word up this last week. But there's 5 members, of course, that are have entertainment licenses, but there's some other people who are in the process or want to be involved in the entertainment issues, and so it's an open program. We're not a 510C, whatever. But we do down together and talk about some of the issues that are important to us. Anyway, it seems that most people are pretty much in favor of live music. We haven't brought up the pile of online responses that we've gotten, but Mark will be up later. But there are some people who want peace and quiet and zero music. And then, of course, there are people in the middle, the city staff and the sheriffs, who are all in the middle of this ongoing confusion. But there's another constituency that is in effect too, and that's the musicians who play music in Carpinteria. Most of them are Carpinterians. And of course, some then are from Santa Barbara and some are from Ventura, but for the most part, they're local musicians, and they are, well, you can't call them amateurs because we do pay them a little bit, but they're certainly not full-time professional musicians. These are people who play because they love the music. Often music that hit them especially hard in high school and college days. And that's what they're trying to emulate, and it takes a lot of time for each of the bands to work up their repertoire, and but it's got to be a measure of love rather than an ongoing occupation. But it's an important part. Your neighbors, these are your neighbors that are involved in this. Let's see, what else can I do in this little bit of time? I am wearing a shirt from the Brewery Boys, which practiced in the back of the brewery for 8.5 years and played at a number of events, including the Avocado Festival. I was just able to get the shirt back on, so I thought it'd be worth. I have talked before about live music, and Nick and I have talked a number of times, and I'll let some of the other people who signed up complete.
Well, Mr. Wright, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
So we have quoted in here, you're now being negatively affected by more restrictive operating standards, and we asked staff if what those were. Can you help us? You know, what particularly is because we're looking at what are we going to do in the future. So
Right.
what
Right, okay.
what is it that you don't like?
Sure, there's one little thing, the indoor limit is 300 feet to no music, and I'm not sure why that is, because as a as a music purveyor, I have a choice of putting the band inside or outside. And it's getting fairly restrictive outside. It carries a long way. We've done a lot of things to mitigate that. But just because I bring it indoors, does that mean that I have to have, no sound at 300 feet? And if we're outdoors, it would be 500 feet for reasonable and 750 feet for no sound. So it doesn't seem, from my standpoint, that we should have a double standard on whether I choose to put the band inside or outside. It's more restrictive if I put it inside, which doesn't make sense.
Anything else?
The hours of operation could be, and that's something that we've all talked about among ourselves. It could be a little later, and there are two different competing times. So is it 9 o'clock or is it 10 o'clock? From our standpoint, we usually quit at 9 o'clock. We have a 3-hour sets. Then that gives people a chance to cool down and to finish their evening discussions and then head on home. I think I'm up to working with Nick some more to work out some of these other issues. And in fact, the recommendation of the Carpinteria Entertainment Coalition is that we go with option 3 and work with the staff and then bring back with some recommendations. Certainly, that one of the drop dead dates is end of June, so it's something that needs to happen fairly soon. And I think that, at this point, and Nick went through a really good explanation for what's happening, but they have the COVID standards, and then we have the really administrative and the ongoing standards that we have, and they're in some places they're in conflict with each other.
So irrespective of any conditions or restrictions, would it be your preference that you'd like to have some be indoors and some be outdoors, or do you want them all outdoors, or
No.
what do you?
Yeah, thank you. We're just going through a winter, which was kind of crazy, and I wouldn't put anybody outdoors during that time. And we roll down most of the roll-ups, and it's pretty quiet. But it's going to be summer soon. It's already spring, and there'll be a time when we want to go outside, and many of our customers will want to be outside, and it would be great to listen to some music outside. We are taking steps to mitigate in terms of aiming the speakers and the bands away from Linden, and we've certainly done that indoors, and we roll down the roll-ups, so we're not really generating a lot of noise, and that's why there haven't been any complaints lately. But when we start going outside, we're going to have to take extra steps, and I was thinking, how can I do that? The first time that I bring a band outside and have them even pointed away towards the state park, is that going to generate too much noise? And so it would be nice if I could have, a sound check sort of day when I can put the band in different places and see what area is controls the noise the best. And of course, I have some concerns, and just because of where I am and the state park and the beach community, some of our compatriots are having other concerns just about having a little band outside in the patio area. And so that would be outside as well, but certainly wouldn't have the impact that something that I might have.
Thank you for your help.
You bet.
All right, next one we have is Andre Jackson. Welcome again.
Thank you so much. Again, my name is Andre Jackson. I am the new owner of Cork Tree Cellars. I'm also a local and a lifelong musician. Cork Tree hasn't had any complaints or citations, but we are all being included on these new restrictions, so I'm here to ask for a revision to the interim entertainment regulations. I hope that's what they're called. So why are we here? We're here to support live music. We realize that technically it's not being taken away, but if the new rules stand, it will severely impact live music in our town. And since this is a forum for public opinion, I wanted to touch a little bit on how we got here. The move to these new, much more restrictive guidelines was prompted by a small number of people being pretty aggressive, in my opinion, in their agenda towards our live music, primarily one household targeting one family-owned local business. The number of times that this couple has called our understaffed sheriff's department, written items in our local paper, and attended these council meetings to vent exceeds any local resident I know. I was copied on the email that they sent out last year to recruit people, where they misused the phrases, keep carp, and make good trouble, while also changing their voter registration from LA to Carpinteria so that they could address our live music allowances here, and claiming that we're trying to make this, and I quote, Bourbon Street West. So it feels like this aggressive behavior is getting rewarded, and it's impacting us as business owners. We love our town. The inclusion of music, being able to go out to local establishments and events. Normally, we've all played nice together. I interact with hundreds of people each week. Not one has asked me to turn it down or asked when I don't have music. We field calls daily asking if we do, and I've had people walk in and ask if we do and walk out if we don't. So it is a big piece of being able to drive revenue. It's not every day, but it's a part of our weekly schedule. Sadly, a lot of these people didn't know that this was going on and asked me why, how did this come about? So, even the staff report does mention that we've had historically a few complaints regularly. We might moving forward, but I haven't really seen this kind of drama before on this topic. So moving forward, we're asking for a suspension or revision to the new restrictions. We'd like to have a constructive consideration of what's fair to all of us and better represent the majority. Our town is growing, and in order to succeed with our existing businesses, we need to drive revenue rather than invite it to go elsewhere. We're here to ask that you truly keep carp and allow our community to thrive with more reasonable musical guidelines. We'd like to take away the cumulative hourly restrictions, loosen the time restrictions, and give us a chance to enjoy outdoor music as an option, because we're a beach community. When the weather's nice, as Paul mentioned, it's nice to have friends around and enjoy some good music reasonably. So we want to truly appreciate and support live music, please. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Please choose option 3.
Okay, thank you. Will Bremen.
I have an hour's worth of notes. I'll try and limit that to 3 minutes.
Can you?
My name is Will Bremen. I've had the privilege of playing music at most every business in town that's hosted it since 2016, with the majority of those being at Island Brewing. And on that note, I can confirm I was not paid by Paul. My relationship with these businesses largely reflects the municipal code. In short, I am hired to elevate or add to their customer experience. That happens in a twofold way. On one end, I'm playing songs and genres of music that complement the general vibe and aesthetic, which, if done well, will compel customers to stay longer and consume more of their product. I'm also grateful to have grown a large following in Santa Barbara County, many of whom will show up to these shows when I'm playing, and many of whom aren't necessarily regular customers of spots like Island. That relationship is a win for everybody involved. It's a win for myself and my band. It gives us an income and a place to play. It's a win for these local businesses. They receive more revenue than they otherwise would. And as a result, that's ultimately a win for you and for the city in receiving revenue. And it also implies that I have to play music that is easy enough to listen to and at appropriate levels, otherwise I would not be invited back. It's the reason my death metal band didn't lift off the ground. It's not unique to me. In fact, you'll see it's an expectation set by these businesses that the far majority of bands and musicians and musical colleagues of mine in this county abide by. And in my experience working closely with them and with these businesses, it's a relationship that literally everyone here for the last 8 years that I've been a musician has handled responsibly, more than responsibly. We can see through countless success stories that Carpinteria is stronger as a community and as a city when it invests in its local arts and when it allows its local arts to flourish. I'm one of those success stories. Back in 2016, I had no idea what I was going to do or where I was going to live in the near future. That in part led, I ended up backing a friend on guitar at the local Rotary show, and that led to meeting Paul from Ireland, who gave me my first solo gigs, who helped pave the way for me to establish my presence in Carpinteria. And through hard work, I grew that into spanning into a circuit that goes from LA to the Bay Area. I've appeared on national television. I've worked with the likes of Willie Nelson, Neil Young, Joe Walsh, John Legend, what have you. I was able to create a thriving business where I can live sustainably out here as a musician during a time when, in general, a lot of people aren't as lucky. And I can't say this enough, none of that would have been possible without the live music scene here in Carpinteria as it stands. And as it stands, June 30th would be the day that dies. I highly implore you, please do not let that happen. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Sandy Dorfman. Welcome, Sandy.
Good evening. Complaining about being able to hear music wafting through the air on a Saturday night at 8 p.m. would sound funny if it wasn't causing my great friends Cheryl and Paul Wright, owners of Island Brewing Company, so much undue stress. They've been made to feel like criminals. Following a complaint by a few, have forced them after more than 20 years to stop all outdoor music. And now, what do? They jam the musicians who play there into a corner inside with the door shut. Decibel readers are everywhere. Paul hardly takes his eyes off his personal meter. It's so sad to see a fine gentleman who represents Carpinteria so well, so stressed, staring at this decibel reader, praying that it doesn't go up a point. I say, thousands of Carpinterias, along with me, say, we've got to stop the insanity. Please, carp lawmakers, sit down with our business owners, many who have spoken tonight, who want to play music, and come up with a fair and equitable list of music rules that we could all live with. We, the people, the thousands who have signed the petitions, have spoken. And, if I sound a little tired, it's because I can hear those darn ocean waves crashing in the night and the trains. Who do I speak and complain about that? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Carrie Smith. Carrie Smith. Welcome.
Mayor, council members, thank you for taking the time to hear from the people. I'm here to ask for a revision for the current regulations. Live music is an important part of many of our lives. We, the citizens and regular full-time residents, have spoken. We've signed petitions, we've voiced our opinions, and we want to hear live music. We want the board to change the ruling to be more fair and reasonable. We want these rules changed, and we want to be able to enjoy live music outside in the fresh air and to be able to listen to quality music while enjoying the scenery of an outside venue. The owners of these venues have been major supporters of many nonprofit organizations in town. As a resident, I'm speaking out for Island Brewing, Cork Tree Cellars, the Arts Center, Giovanni's Pizza, and Sunburst Wines. These businesses have been nothing but generous and courteous and respectful to try to appease the very few out of thousands who have complained and contested this regulation. We're a small, close-knit community who are willing to abide by the regulations, but feel the regulations are too stringent and for these bands and businesses alike. We, the public, want to be able to enjoy the freedom of live music once again outside. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Matthews. Mark Matthews? Oh, there he comes.
Way to go, Mark.
Greeting, council members, Mayor Clark. My name is Mark Matthews. I've been a part of Island Brewing Company for 23 years. Live music has been a central part of our brewery from very on, and it's had a beneficial rippling effect, as you've heard and you will hear from a lot of people tonight. From the musicians, to the food vendors, to the bartenders, to the benefits of community building. We've had live music throughout our history, really with minimal complaint, and no citations until now. Now it feels like we've kind of entered a different phase of Carpinteria policies with the current entertainment license. Essentially, overnight, we were told to go get a background check and presented with a set of regulations to sign and a fee that doubled. And the impression is that these requirements did not go through any of the usual channels that wide-ranging municipal ordinances typically go through. And that's why we're glad we're having this discussion tonight. As you've heard, we are a vibrant focal point for the arts. We are a place people come to be outside, they come to listen to music. And the current trend with the entertainment license is one that constricts live music and the community as a whole. I would point out that live entertainment outdoors existed before the COVID, again, with minimal complaint or enforcement, and some might even say maximum fun. We've had an online petition. We've gathered some 1,265 comments about the state of music in Carpinteria. And there's an additional 341 signatures from another petition that just kind of organically came about that we will present to the city of Carpinteria in the decision-making process. We'd like to see an abeyance of the current licensing pending community feedback and discussion with the stakeholders on the Downtown Tea Advisory Board. We'd recommend the city follow the City of Santa Barbara County ordinance pertaining to live music, and furthermore recommend a full examination of the social and economic implication live music as it pertains to Carpinteria, commerce, and tourism. Live music supports local businesses, engenders a community, and it really makes this town unique. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Cheryl Wright. Welcome, Cheryl.
Well, I'm not the speaker that they are, but I just have a few comments. I mean, you know that I just love the music, and I was so nervous tonight. I drove all the way down here, and I only had a draft of my notes, and I'm going to read them. But I want to say good evening, Mayor Clark, council members, city manager, and Sheriff Arnaldi. It really, as much as I love music and have seen the joy that's in faces outside, listening to the music and inside, and not right now, I feel like I'm looking over my shoulder all the time, because before the sheriffs would come, they'd sit on their lunch break and eat out with the trailers that we had, the food trucks. And I'd talk with them, they'd talk with other people, and it was just such a good feeling to me to have them there and feel they were welcome. And then all of a sudden, there was one couple on 3rd Street, as you know, that have called incessantly about the noise. They don't want any noise. And they called, and it wasn't that loud, but I drove over and sat in front of their house. They had two of their windows open in the front, vents up on the top of their ceiling open, and their door open. And they were complaining that the music they couldn't hear television. Music was too loud. Well, it just keeps going on, and I just have a heavy heart to come before you to plead that I really want to have a say in the new ordinance and the other people in town that really enjoy it. I want to go back real quick in time to January 27th, because this weighs really heavy on me, as Nick knows. Paul's talked to him several times about it. I want to give you an example of the type of harassment that I've had, and it's inflicted to me on Island Brewing Company and the entire city. But Paul was home. He's had surgery. And so I was down there because I wanted to be sure the band, actually, they were indoors. I wanted to be sure that they stopped at 9 o'clock. And a lot of or 8 o'clock, which that particular band was. A lot of our bands stop at 9. This was at 8 o'clock. And the two deputies came in and I'll make it real quick. The two deputies came in, and I jumped up to talk to them, and they said, I just want you to know that, and they told me the name, well, I knew who they were, complained. But they said they drove by, they couldn't hear any sound at all. So I didn't think any more of it. I went back outside, and we were talking. People, of course, came up to me and wanted to know about why were they there and what happened. And so then about 8:10, here they come back, the same two. I felt they were apologetic, but they said the people called again and told them come over in front of their driveway and to listen to the music. They could hear it. It was their last song, actually. It had to be for the time. And then they said, but you know, they called, we're going to have to give a citation, not a citation, but write it up. And I didn't think any more about it. So then 2 weeks later, I get an administrative citation from the city. And here it was for public nuisance, $100, and they were threatening to do a citizen's arrest on me for having it. And it was like a citizen's arrest. It was just incredible. We stopped at 8 o'clock. So we have music on and off for over 24 years, and I never thought it was a problem because we have the big green space in front of us of Linden Field. The state park people, the camp hosts come over and enjoy the music. We've never, ever had a complaint from them until maybe 15 times in 2 hours the Marcusins call and complain. And they are the only ones. And I'm just so upset about it that it's just not right. And then to get a citation, and they've caused the first one at Christmas time that Paul apologized for, and then this one that just happened when when the sheriff said they didn't hear anything, but they didn't go to out in front of their house, and then they heard it, not much, it was the very last song. So anyway, I know I'm taking over my time, but I want to thank you because it really is important. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Leora Ween, did I pronounce that right? Welcome.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Leora Ween. Thank you for inviting me up. I am 3 years new to this enchanted city. Oh, sure, absolutely. Is this better? Yes. Excellent. My name is Leora. I'm an educator. I'm an educational therapist and artist. I was lucky enough to come to CARP when I was teaching online during COVID. And as an educator, that was a very difficult time. And one day I heard music in the air. And I just walked over to Island Brewing. And there were people dancing. I didn't know anybody. People smiled at me. People invited me to dance. And it was like back to humanity. And there was another presenter this evening talking about mental health. And I got my master's in social and emotional learning 2 years ago now. I serve kids from second grade through high school. And one of our biggest challenges these days is loneliness and lack of connectivity. And there is nothing like an outdoor space in beautiful nature where you can walk in and be welcomed by people that you don't know. I'm on the shyer side, so this is a lot for me to do, but when I heard this was happening, I wanted to speak out. I'm lucky enough to be by the Salt Marsh. I love the neighborhood, and as a woman on my own walking around CARP at night, the music is a solace. The music tells me where I can go. The music invites me out. it is also, I would say, only a positive for all the other businesses. When I saw that there was an art center here, I thought, oh, maybe I should be here for the later part of my life. So the fact that music, which is a healing frequency, would be threatened in a community that is so obviously attuned to the beauty of the night sky, the beauty of the waves, the integrity of the cultural history of this place, I just wanted to come and speak out. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Robin Carlson. Welcome, Robin.
Good evening. Good evening, council and city staff. Okay. The definition of music is vocals or instrumental sounds combined to produce harmony and express emotion. The definition of noise is unwanted or harmful sound considered unpleasant or disruptive. There's a few people in the beach neighborhood that seem to see music as noise. It's an unwanted sound to their ears. And why should they decide the fate of the businesses that bring music to our community? There's noises all around that are hard to hear. The wind, SpaceX. But aren't they just a part of life? And music is a part of our community, so don't confuse noise with live music.
Thank you. Lorraine McIntyre. Welcome back.
Good evening, council and staff. Lorraine McIntyre here. I'm the chair of the Downtown T Business Advisory Board, but I'm also here speaking on behalf of my own person. I don't think the city of Carpinteria wants to be known as the 1984 movie Footloose, the city that banned music. And how did this ordinance get to be without the city council and the public's involvement in it? On January 8th meeting, Al Clark, you expressed some surprise when you found out about the ordinance, and you directed the city staff to maybe form some kind of a focus group with members of the public to try to come together and find a solution to the ordinance. And I think that's what these people here are trying to ask you to do. As a member of the Downtown T Business Advisory Board, you've commissioned us to find ways to attract business and to work in harmony with the businesses in the city. How is this helpful to them? To lose revenues, to not attract business? Just think of the revenues you could attract. Will Bremen brought up a good point in that he brings his fan base here. They spend money, the money and tax revenues will fund the sheriff department. It will fund the junior lifeguards. It may even be able to buy open space. Maybe the tea time, you could buy that with the money that you get in additional revenues that you get from attracting businesses. So why do you want restrictive ordinances in a commercial area? Yes, it's a bedroom community too, but are we a bedroom community? We're a city. We have commercial, we have people that live here, they go to school here, they work here. We want people to thrive here. We don't want to be a bedroom community to LA or to other cities. We want this to be a place that people come to. And so I ask that you please redesign this ordinance to make it more reasonable. The decibels seem unreasonable to any ear. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. Another solution that you could work with the homeowners to have them design some kind of a sound control system in their own homes. I mean, people that live next to the freeway have sound walls or other things built into their homes. When I got double pane windows in my home, it totally cut down the noise of the freeway. These are solutions that can be made for people that live in a commercial area or next to a freeway. Another idea is that I think in this case, the victim is becoming a nuisance in a way. I think that there should be a limit on how many times a victim is really a victim. How many times can they call and be a victim before they're a nuisance? I mean, we have a sheriff that's having to dispatch people, but yet we have break-ins, we have thefts, we have all these things going around, and they're dealing with the same complaint over and over and over again. And so anyway, I ask you, please work with staff to redesign this ordinance, work with members of the businesses to make it more easy to work with for all parties. So thank you.
Thank you, Lorraine. Michael McMahon. Welcome.
Distinguished council and staff. I understand that you're confronted with a tremendous responsibility to come up with an expeditious and equitable reform to a complex, overly complex system of requirements and regulations and permits that should be simplified. I'm not here on behalf of any existing business or coalition, but I do bring to the microphone some 50 years of local experience in legislative drafting, both on the state law level and on local government, county and city level. I spent some 25 years in an at-will position, running the public defender office in Santa Barbara from 78 till 2000, and then from 2000 till last year in a similar position in Ventura County. I was involved with the public defender department. What's it have to do with ordinances? Well, during the end of my career, it became very popular to enact regulations designed to limit the negativity of street gangs. And those were not usually enacted on the state level, but rather on the city or county level. I have litigated the legality and effectiveness of city ordinances all the way up to the Supreme Court on a couple of occasions. And so that's why I'm here. I'm a member of the Supreme Court of the United States, and I was recognized as a certified specialist in criminal law and appellate law here in California. So basically, let me get to the substance. We don't write on a blank slate. Live entertainment is a form of speech, and government regulation of that form of speech is limited to reasonable restrictions on time, place, and manner. I would suggest to you, based on my 50 years of experience, including defending people who were charged with misdemeanor violations of local ordinances, time is where you get your most bang for the buck. You can restrict the hours at which you will permit live entertainment, and you can restrict the duration. Place is relatively easy because it's perfectly fine to have permits and licenses for dancing or live entertainment. Your support staff will assist you with that. Attempting to regulation the manner of protected speech is a quagmire. They look good on paper when you put 300 feet, 500 feet. It looks really great. It really makes enforcement impossible, and that we must remain concerned about, which is whatever regulation we put in place, is it easily enforced? And I would strongly urge you to avoid the temptation and seduction of decibel and distance limits. Also relevant is the percentage of people in the community that are actually complaining. Do we actually really have a problem that cries out for us to fix it? Lastly, what I would leave you with is ambient noise is legally relevant in almost all the hundreds of discussions about First Amendment with regard to whether or not an occurrence or a noise or music or other speech is appropriate or inappropriate, whether the complaints are coming from someone who lives near an airport, an active train track, a shoreline, a launch and recovery pad, or a freeway, all that is relevant. So what I would strongly urge you to do, and the thing that's most pressing and urgent, is to get rid of the sunset provision permitting outdoor music, which will end in the months ahead. It takes weeks just to book the bands, right? It's part of the business complexities. We need to get rid of that and all references to COVID-19 or pandemic, and build from the structure that we have with the goal of simplifying it and making it easy to enforce. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your time. Curtis Lopez. Welcome.
Mayor, Council. My name's Curtis Lopez, and my family settled in Carpinteria Valley in 1860. I've been hooked on music ever since 4th grade when they stuck a trumpet in my hand at Catalino School. This week in the Coastal View News, the letter section, the author stated, "I am committed to preserving Carpinteria's small beach town lifestyle. I've lived here for 73 years. And live music, both indoors and out, have been a consistent and ongoing art form in this community. It's been enjoyed and celebrated as far back as I can remember, and I participated. So I'm one of the guilty ones. Along with the Palms, we had the Melody Club, Tugboat Annie's, the Grapevine, the Hitching Post, and others. We also had summer outdoor concerts that were sponsored by the city. We had them down at 4th Beach by the boat launch. We had them in the parking lot next to the Spot. And we used to have live music at Noah's Ark, which is right next to what's now Cork Tree. So live music has been a huge part of Carpinteria since I've been here 73 years. And so I just think we need to preserve the small town. When the gentleman that wrote this said he wanted to preserve the small town, he has no idea what our history is. And our history was art and music. Along with Woolbrandt's paintings, we had music. He had a little booth down there at Noah's Ark way back when. He was probably 16 at the time. Anyway, so I implore you to don't pass on music and stuff. It's been in our livelihood, for as long as I can remember. Thank you.
Thank you. Bonnie Yonker.
Now, I am just a concerned citizen, and I don't have any notes. I came here and thought I should talk. So what I want to say is that I am very concerned. The more I hear it, the more I am concerned. I'm concerned about the 3 strikes and you're out ordinance. That should be changed. I'm concerned that someone can come into our community and turn it upside down. I'm concerned that they can really make life almost impossible for many, many people in Carpinteria. And we love music. We all love music. And I'm getting over a cold, so excuse me. But the family in question, their life has been music as well. Did you know that? They had a recording mastering company where they had to listen to music and make sure it was just perfect to go on a record. And if it wasn't, he wouldn't be paid. But that was how he earned his living for over 20 years. 45. So now he comes to Carpinteria and wants to have no music. Well, we can't do that. What's Carpinteria without music? And I'm very disappointed that the city council or the city of Carp has let these kind of rules and laws go this long. We really should have cleaned this up a long time ago. We love music in Carpinteria. I grew up with music. What is life without music? So let's put our heads together and figure out what we can do to fix this problem and have music. And that's it.
Thank you. Suzanne Cosman. Welcome.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Carpinteria City Council, my name is Susan, and I stand before you today to advocate the preservation of live music in our beloved city. Live music isn't just a form of entertainment. It's the heartbeat of our community, fostering unity, cultural enrichment, and economic vitality. Our local business depends on foot traffic generated by live music events, whether it's a cozy cafe hosting an acoustic performance or a wine bar featuring local bands. These venues contribute to our commercial landscape. They attract visitors from near and far who come to Carpinteria specifically to experience our dynamic music scene. Recent challenges threaten the existence of these vital spaces. Rising cost, regulations, and noise ordinances jeopardize the future of live music in Carpinteria and that are an integral part of the city's identity. Furthermore, it's imperative to recognize that the power to dictate the fate of live music in our city should not rest solely in the hands of one or even a few individuals. We need to save live music in Carpinteria, not just for the sake of our local businesses, but also for the people who come to our city, seeking the unique experiences it offers. Our eldest daughter spent her early years rolling around Island Brew in her stroller. She's now 16 years old and a budding music artist. Thank you, Paul. Thank you for listening to our concerns. Thank you for letting us speak. And thank you for your service to this magical musical city.
Thank you. Steve Cosman. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm not here representing any businesses. My name's Steve. My parents were blessed to get their first home in Carp in 1980. And at that time, I was 5 years old. And since I can remember, live music was always an integral part of the culture here. With me at my age, it was starting with the Palms. My wife, Susan, and I are privileged to be homeowners here in Carp, and that tradition has carried on with many of the businesses that are represented here today. Santa Barbara County has no shortage of restaurants, businesses, and live music is a key differentiator that separates Carpinteria from the rest of the pack. Not only does live music help support our businesses and provides entertainment, it brings people together. It brings people together, fostering a sense of community and connection amongst our residents of Carpinteria. We have made countless numbers of friends and solved many, many differences listening to live music, both indoors and outdoors. But more importantly, it truly has become a fundamental part of the Carpinteria culture, which our town is now known for. People, especially those with the families, look forward to visiting Carp because there's not that many places left where you can watch live music, grab a bite to eat, have a fun time with your friends, then walk or ride your bike back to your apartment, condo, house, tent, or trailer at our beautiful campground. It's also one of the many reasons why people look forward to visiting Carp for our annual Avocado Festival, St. Joseph's Carnival, high school reunions at the Arts Center, which all have been a huge success. Much of that is also done outdoors. As mentioned in the report that was given, live music was never much of a problem in Carp until last July when a small handful of individuals began expressing concerns. Some have expressed concerns with children being disturbed by the noise. I'd like to offer a different perspective. My wife Susan and I have 3 children, ages 10, 13, and 16. For many years, all have looked forward to spending family time with us at local businesses where they can hear a band play at Island Brew, for example, hear a DJ play some cornhole, play a game of dominoes, and all that's taking them away from getting lost in all the bad content on YouTube and watching Netflix all day. So rather than trying to change and limit and restrict the Carp culture for just a handful of individuals, I ask that you consider embracing and expanding live music both indoors and outdoors to build upon the past success. Ultimately, it brings more people together than it does divides them. And thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Michelle Carlin. Welcome again, Michelle.
Thank you. Good evening again. I'm Michelle Carlin. I am a board member at large on the Downtown T Business Advisory Board. I am also a small business owner. I do small business consulting and professional development coaching, and I'm a proud member of this community and the surrounding area. And I spent 25 years in the tourism space, and I will agree with a number of the comments here tonight that visitors coming to this area and people here in the local community all benefit both from the social aspect, but as well as the economic aspect to have a thriving downtown. And while that's important, I actually want to shed light on the humanity of this situation. And what do I mean by that? Folks, we have an ADA accessible ramp here. We do make exceptions for people in our community. We, as a society, have focused on diversity, equity, and inclusion. We are asking people to be respectful of others. Now, it appears that the family that's complaining is becoming a nuisance. And while that may be the case, I also want to challenge all of you to search your heart. Consider that someone really is super sensitive to noise. Perhaps they have a disorder. Did you know that there is a sound disorder for people? I'm shaking because I know I'm not popular right now, and I don't care. Hyperacusis is a type of reduced tolerance for sound. People with hyperacusis often find ordinary noises too loud and loud noises uncomfortable or painful. There's also something called misphonia, and it's a disorder where you have a decreased tolerance to specific sounds and things you can sense related to them. I don't know if this family has this disorder, but there is such a thing as that, and I am here to tell you that I am one of those people. Now, as someone who works in a space where I try to help with conflict resolution, I would ask two things of you. That you consider both sides, that someone actually reach out to that family, a third party that is not related to either side, and just understand from them, is it after hours or is it all the time, right? When is this occurring for them that they're so upset by it? And with that, let's also look at these conditions. I think they are restrictive, but there has to be a balance, and there also has to be again, that humanity piece. We're all human. Not everybody likes music. I like music, but I don't like music after hours. And that's just me. And perhaps some people move here because it is a quiet community, and others move here because they love the social scene. And there's nothing wrong with either of those sides. So let's look at that. Let's consider that. Let's form a task force, invite both sides to the party, have a third-party facilitator to help those discussions, and move forward in that manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Rosa Markoff. Welcome, Rosa.
Good evening, council, staff. I came here to listen. However, after my husband and I moved here 30 years ago, and we have worked for years on various committees of various organizations and worked really hard to make Carpinteria the way it is today. And everybody wants to live here because it is a nice place to live. And I like music. I think a lot of these people think that, that other neighbors don't like music, and that's what's caused, all of the problems. This is not one family. There are others who don't like the noise and who don't like the restrictions that it puts upon us to have to listen to a lot of loud noise when we don't feel like listening to it. I think the ordinance is reasonable with maybe a couple of exceptions, but it's really unfair to signal one family out because they don't agree with the rest of the people in town that maybe have not lived here quite as long as we have. We support the businesses that are affected and acknowledge that they need to earn a living, and we support them. But I also want to keep Carp. I don't want to make it Santa Barbara with bars all over and music everywhere and, people that are throwing up in the streets and that kind of thing. And I think this is going to be really important with all the new businesses that we have coming in. And I just really want everybody to look at these ordinances and try to make them so that we can all live with them. But noise is a real issue, and a lot of people have not complained that would complain if they were the type who did. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. John Thomas and Monica Thomas. So it looks like a team here.
Hello, Mayor and
Hello.
council people. How are you? So my name is John Thomas. This is my wife, Monica. We're long-term Carpinteria residents. We don't represent any business, but we wanted to kind of lend our voices to what is being said here tonight. We've been here for a long time. Music has been here for a long time. We've enjoyed the music. We've enjoyed going to, the places, the establishments out here, the restaurants. We've really, really enjoyed Carpinteria, which is why we live here. When you go to a place to live, you go and you check it out first. You go, you live there, you spend a weekend there or two. What I don't understand is these people, they didn't come check out the place. They didn't come and see what Carpinteria was like before they moved here. You can turn off a radio, you can turn off a television, you can change the channel, whatever you want. But when you go move to a place, you go and you kind of feel what the atmosphere is like. You check out the schools, you check out the facilities, you check out what the businesses are like. And I just don't understand why this is the second time in 3 months that the whole city has to come out here and do a big thing like this. And I've had the pleasure of sitting on the board with Paul, and I know the good that he's done for the community. I know that you all know the good that he's done for the community, and I'm just kind of appalled listening to all of this. I mean, to hear Cheryl talk about getting the threat of arrest, citizen's arrest, that's crazy. That is crazy, and I can't believe it's gotten this far. So I'll let my wife take care of the rest of the time.
Good night, everybody. Thank you, city council members. First, I want to thank you for the job you do. I do know your position is really hard because you have to be really objective and listen to everybody. So I want to thank you for listening to everybody. I want to say we were not planning on coming. We were watching this on TV, and we decided to come because I found very disrespectful that every time somebody was here speaking, supporting the music, maybe they didn't know, people behind me, you can see them on TV making faces. And that's very disrespectful. So, I want to say I feel like I'm in an 80s movie, Footloose, trying to defend music. I mean, that shouldn't happen. Music heals. It's scientifically proven that music is used for therapy. It's used to heal. In this kind of environment, music creates bonding, and bonding is what creates a community. And many of these bands are also members of, it's students. We have students who have bands, and they play in these environments. And my question is, what better way for a student to release their emotions and their creativeness than by music, that by playing an instrument, by singing, by sharing their love for music. And that creates all the other young students to go and see, and everybody. So this music is, I'm sorry, I know it's two people, so I'm
It's
running
okay. Finish your thoughts. Finish your thoughts, please.
And I just want you to please consider helping the businesses in Carpinteria, which is the ones that help the community grow. And I just thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Julie Sigwart. Welcome, Julie.
Thank you. I just wanted to, I have a few questions about, this that's going on here. It seems to be really restrictive, like cumulative limits of hours of live entertainment per week. What I'm getting at is that, clearly we have to find ways to work, with all the citizens, make everybody feel welcome and, all that good stuff. But, I have lived in Carpinteria since mid-90s. I've left, once, come back. But we've participated in live music. They used to have some wonderful open mic nights at Buster's when that was around. And, one of the things that is really a shame is that we don't have the Palms right now, and that has taken away a major place for a lot of the live music that has happened. But my question to you is okay, 2 hours max, Monday through Thursday, 6 hours max of live music. What is the difference between a band playing for 2 hours inside and me turning on a record at the same decibel level for the next 2 hours? How do you differentiate between that? Is it we only have live music for this amount of time, but then we can have loud music for the rest of the time? Or, how does that go? I believe that, we have the noise ordinances. What's the difference between, live music and any other type of noise? I'm not up on the regulations and laws that we have, but it seems like some of these things should overlap, and that the curfew, amplified live music curfew, 9 p.m., that's great. The other thing that I was thinking about, I know that a lot of people have talked about not wanting decibel level readers. I mean, I have one right here on my arm. This is an Apple Watch, and those have been found to be just as effective as professional decibel readers. So it's not like we can't tell what the sound is. I know that legally it might provide some challenges, but there are different things that go on. I know that based on the weather, sometimes I can hear the train from 2 miles away. Sometimes, I'm a half mile away from the steel rookery, and on some nights I can hear them going orf, 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 perfectly fine, that's just because of the weather and the atmosphere and so forth. So, it's not really that fair to say that, if we hear it to this amount of space, that would necessarily reflect how loud the music is. So I encourage for you to have better ways of quantifying what is considered, too loud, and to be able to make this work and, not set this restrictive 2 hours max of live music, because I don't think that makes any sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Jared? Welcome, Jared.
Hi, my name is Jared Nelsletto. First off, I want to say thank you for letting me come and speak in front of you. It's a pleasure. I didn't actually plan on coming up here to speak. I heard all these wonderful testimonies, and I felt compelled to kind of voice my own opinion. So a little bit about myself. I am now a professional musician. I live in Santa Barbara. I didn't start doing music full-time until earlier this year, later last year, so it's really important in my life. I love the people of Carpinteria. I mean, honestly, since I've, lived in California for the last 6 years, this is one of my favorite towns. And it's solely because of the people. I've fallen in love with it. I do a lot of shows here in Carpinteria, and as a full-time musician, it's really important that I'm able to make an income and support myself. I mean, there's a lot of young people, young musicians who are struggling with all kinds of issues, depression and instability with their finances. It's a really difficult time for people like us. And so having these kinds of restrictions, not only is it really destroying the community and your local businesses, but it's destroying opportunities for young people like me that wish they had hope in this country, but it's taken away by the few. And I'm just getting really, really fed up with a few people, whether it's, the family in the city that keep calling the police on this live music or whoever it may be. I'm just so tired of a few people getting to dictate everything that controls the stability of my life. So I love these people. I love performing music here. I want to be able to perform here. And just to give you a story, sometime in the last year, it was at Island Brewing. I was outside, not inside. I was outside, which is it's so much better in so many ways. I won't go into all the details. But I was playing music, and there were some visitors that were at the beach. I don't think they were the locals. They were just visiting here. They heard me playing music, and they came over to the business. They spent their money at the business, and they stayed the whole time for my whole show and came up and talked to me and said, wow, like, your music really touched me. That was incredible. And I've just found so much passion and so much purpose in what I do. And these restrictions, they're going to take that purpose away. So if you want to support young people that are excited to work hard and actually find purpose in this society, you gotta keep people like me in mind when you make these restrictions. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. All right, Stephen Markison.
Eileen's going to go first.
Okay. Welcome, Eileen.
Thank you. I'd like to correct the record first. We've been residents, part-time residents, for 19 years, since 2005. The same year that Paul and Cheryl Wright moved into that warehouse on 6th Street. So we've been there for 19 years. They've been in their space for 19 years. No incident for 17 years. COVID happens. So that created this vacuum. A lot of outdoor entertainment is happening. We don't have a problem with live entertainment. We've never had a problem with live music. We have a problem with the volume. We've called in noise complaints because it's the music, their business has come in loud and clear into our property. And now I'm going to read from my statement. Compliance is necessary for compatibility to exist. All conditions of the Carpinteria entertainment license and application should be enforced. Please do not permit any of the entertainment license conditions to be erased or amended. We find any claim that the current conditions listed in the entertainment license are difficult to comply with unbelievable and shocking. We believe that any amendment to the license conditions would amount to an ethical collapse that would essentially approve and allow businesses to deprive residents of their fundamental right, the right to quiet enjoyment in their private homes. In the last 5 weeks, my husband and I have been able to experience quiet enjoyment inside our home once again. Our evenings, that part of the day that we should be able to program as we see fit, has been restored. We enjoyed that fundamental right, our right to quiet enjoyment, for about 17 years. We coexisted with the Island Brewing Company without incident for that stretch of time. And it wasn't that hard to do. Our home is over 2 football fields away from IBC. How hard could it be for IBC to contain its sound so that it couldn't interfere or interrupt any activity at any property in the beach neighborhood? It should have been real easy, and it would have been neighborly, too. But IBC wasn't interested in being good neighbors. They needed to be competitive at any cost. Cork Tree Cellars' Andre Jackson described the restaurant business in Carpinteria as competitive in her March 11th appearance before City Council. So competitive that live entertainment is now a critical component to making a restaurant viable in Carpinteria. 5 businesses in Carpinteria have their entertainment licenses, and we can anticipate more issued licenses to come. So to be clear, IBC is not performing any type of community service when it books bands. IBC is a commercial operation interested in supplementing its customer base with the assistance of their booked music talent's built-in audience. IBC's primary business as a microbrewery and has its ancillary uses as a tasting room that can host live entertainment. All of these uses require the business to comply with health and safety regulations, including live entertainment. Noise and sound issues are covered under health and safety. There are reasons that communities have noise standards. That one of the 7 elements of a California general plan is dedicated to noise. It's to protect citizens from the hazards that exposure to certain levels of noise can, to quote from the California Noise Act, result in physiological, psychological, and economic damage. The volume of IBC's live entertainment disrupted important activities inside our home that required focus and had hard deadlines, frustrated our ability to communicate and connect, was detrimental to our work, play, and rest. It was bad for our mental health. While my household has been written off by IBC as outliers, I can assure you we're not. Cheryl Wright described our complaints as unfounded and frivolous. They're not. Inside City Hall, there was an anecdotal awareness of the noise from the staff report, quote, as the frequency of outdoor live music events increased over the past several years, anecdotal observations by the city staff suggest that the intensity of the musical acts also incrementally increased as larger and, in some cases, louder musical acts were hosted. Trying to find a remedy, some relief, has not been a happy undertaking for us at all. There's been incredible hate and threats of harassment to our household on social media. We want our right to quiet enjoyment to be fully restored as it was experienced before the city's temporary COVID-19 outdoor business permit program created a vacuum that allowed noise abuses to take place. And we want IBC to comply to the letter with its 2014 conditional use permit. And they were aware of noise parameters there and then. 2014, 10 years ago. We need the city to continue to enforce the additional conditions, all the conditions of the entertainment application and license. Compliance is necessary for compatibility to exist.
Thank you for your comments. Stephen?
Good evening, council.
Welcome.
Mayor, staff. I'd like the same extension, the rights we're able to perform in front of this podium. I'm going to read from my prepared statement. The current live entertainment licensing program complements Carpinteria's municipal code. The updated conditions are successful in alleviating the public nuisance of loud live outdoor entertainment within the downtown T. The additional licensing conditions do not create restrictive operating standards. They do just the opposite. The conditions define a reasonable, understandable, sensible, safe, and enforceable standard. Ordinance 744 adopted in 2020 was easy to understand and support. It's been extended 6 times, now 775. 775 is expiring June 30 and must not be continued. Outdoor live entertainment is difficult, if not impossible, to contain and disruptive within the downtown T. It is a public nuisance when it affects residents. Exceptions are made for special events. Saturday's punk festival at the skate park was the perfect venue for outdoor live entertainment. No public nuisance. It was great. Live indoor entertainment is a win-win-win for business, patrons, and surrounding users. It's containable and ensures the business operator control and accountability. Island Brewing Company, IBC's location, is not conducive for outdoor live entertainment due to its proximity to many sensitive receptors. IBC received 2 administrative citations for being a public nuisance after several verbal warnings over many months by the city and sheriff. February 13th citation persuaded the IBC to bring their live entertainment into compliance. IBC's live entertainment must be indoors as it has been historically, and IBC must comply with the conditions set by municipal code, their conditional use permit, and their live entertainment license. IBC has circulated a vague petition asking for a signature if you enjoy live entertainment and want the city to know. IBC's petition carries the same validity as petitioning beachgoers as they approach the beach to sign here if you like the beach. My survey, incidentally, of 43 surrounding residents who can all hear the IBC live entertainment at their homes, prefer the natural sounds of the sleepy beach town that is Carpinteria. It's vital the city acknowledge continuing outdoor live entertainment in the downtown T has a negative impact and creates a public nuisance. Again, exceptions made for special events. California Civil Code lets us know we have a right of quiet enjoyment, as does City Municipal Code. Ordinance 775 must end June 30th. Its well-intentioned job was beneficial during COVID. The current live entertainment licensing program is complete, fair, and reasonable, and must be permanently adopted. No changes needed. The staff report noted in the event that the council directs staff to research and develop amended regulations, these added expenditures would likely be included as part of the proposed next fiscal budget for council's consideration. Off of my written statement, it's a shame there were so many, as the Wrights like to call them, mistruths. I want to thank Cheryl for identifying me by name. The hate that we receive is outrageous in this community. I see people walking down the street with open beers going, "That's the dude." I mean, really, this is too much. We're just fighting for what we are entitled to, which is peace and quiet. So all the cohorts can say, oh, this and that, and music is this. I've made a living for 45 years in music. I love music. It's in my blood. My son is a classical pianist, and by the way, called lottery or Lotto at your bar for years before live entertainment was there. So I'm going to ask the city to maybe make some allocation or some allowances for 2 to 5 hours or whatever it is. I don't care if the Island Brewery plays till 1 in the morning. I just don't want to hear it. I think that's a fair and reasonable request. Thank you.
Thank you. That is the last of our speaker slips, and I'll ask if anybody else would like to comment at this time. I see a hand, and I see another hand. Wait a minute. I think you've already spoken. Let's hear from the person who hasn't spoken. And can you, if you come up and speak, can you fill out a speaker slip when you're finished, Debbie?
Yes.
Thank you. Yep, that's it. It's green. Welcome, Debbie.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Thank you, staff. Thank you, Sheriff. One of the strange things for me, I go around town and I see people sitting outside with their hoodies and their little warm jackets on at restaurants. Now, before COVID happened, not one of us would have thought to go to a restaurant and sit outside in Carpinteria. Can you remember that time when none of us would have ever been outside in the cold because we thought it was too cold and we'd have to go inside? But nowadays, we go to restaurants, we sit outside, we have fresh air, it's lovely. We go to Island Brew, we sit outside, we have fresh air, we get to hear some music. Music brings joy, that's all it is. It brings joy to every one of us every time we hear it. If you turn on the radio when you get back in your car, it's going to be joy, and it's going to kind of erase all the bad stuff that's happened at this meeting. So I highly recommend that we keep the outside. It would be a great sadness to Carpinteria if we all had to go back inside again and leave our hoodies at home. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Debbie. I guess we have another speaker slip, turns out. Oh, I think I see another one.
Yeah, hopefully.
Liam Moran?
That's correct. So,
welcome, Liam.
Thank you. I'm a CARP graduate back in 1980, live in Ventura now, but when this came up, I decided I need to come up here and at least listen to everything and make my presence known, especially because I am a lover of live music, and this town has had a pulse that is something other than regular. It's a small beach town. It has a great summertime here, especially where we have a lot of people coming in, but also we have a lot of people here that like to go to their regular little spots, and I'm gonna go back to it, Island Brew, where everyone likes to have a good time, hang out, right next to the railroad tracks. I mean, come on. If you have moved into the area where there are railroad tracks, trains go by. They make noise. On top of that, you're allowed to put a business in there that might make a little bit more noise than regular because there's a lot of noise going on around there. I mean, that's all I'm going to say is in that regard. So when you buy your place close to the railroad tracks in Carpinteria, expect a little noise. And on top of that, if it happens to be jiving and having a little bit of groove to it, God bless you. You got a little music in there. You know? Especially if we're talking about so few people that are bothered by this, that the complainants were continually over and over and over and over complaining, maybe they should decide to make their vacation home somewhere else. Good night. Good night.
Lisa Starr. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me this time to speak. I really appreciate it. I'm a resident of Carpinteria. I'm a musician. I've been very, very deeply influenced by music in a very positive way. And I'm one of those folks that has extreme sensitivity to sound. I have a neurological condition that's debilitating, and to the point where the only time I can enjoy live music is in an outdoor setting. I'm no longer able to go indoors unless I have a specific special type of earplug, and those actually cost $400. So Island Brewery was one of my very first times that I could enjoy outdoor music or live music in many years, because I can therefore move myself into the right position to where it's not too loud. At an indoor setting, it's impossible for me. So I do respect people's desire for quiet. I do hope that people will be reasonable with one another and find a good middle ground here. I think that if maybe the hours were respected, and the decibel level is important for people who are, trying to be home and quiet, and if they can hear the music really loudly and at a very late hour, I think it's reasonable for them to ask for quiet. But at the same time, I think if we could somehow come to a place where we could measure that and really measure how loud the music becomes, then both parties could be happy. And I think respect is really important, especially now in these days of lack of respect. And so I just would like to say, please keep live music outdoors available to those of us who have conditions that prevent us from being able to be in indoor venues and enjoying what we really love. So thank you so much for your time. And
Thank you for your comments. All right. Oh, one more. Oh, my goodness. Okay. Andrew Fetters, I'm going to guess. Welcome, Andrew.
Thank you, City Council, Mr. Mayor. Pardon, I'm late. I had to make dinner and put my daughter to sleep, but glad we're still here. I'm a professor at the university in education. I'm a local water polo coach, and I'm also a local musician. And I'm here to support live outdoor music. I feel like it's really important to the fabric and the culture of the community. As a musician, and some of my musician colleagues here could attest to this, bringing the live music connects with people in a way that, what's the alternative? Recorded music? I can't tell you how many times me and bandmates have played a song, brought someone unexpectedly to tears because we've connected with them in that moment. So many different songs, whether it's a Johnny Cash song or She Talks to Angels, Black Crows, connecting people to the music. And, limiting live music would severely limit the culture in the town and limit these opportunities to create these magical happenings. Recently on Netflix, I watched this movie called The Monuments Men, and it's about a special unit in World War II that had to save all the masterpieces of art in Europe before the fascists took them away for themselves or destroyed them, because they found that risking people's lives for art, for culture, was important enough, and it was something worth doing. And what is fascism? Overreach to the government. I'm not talking about that, but I'm talking about the few dictating the lives of the many. And this movie, it was timely. It's leaving Netflix soon, people. You should check it out. But it's timely that I watched it and I got here today, because we can't have few people take away something so valuable. Because if you erase someone's music, someone's art, you erase their culture, you erase their humanity. And we can't let that happen in Carpinteria. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. All right, Brian, is there anybody on Zoom?
Mayor, we have 3 raised hands.
Okay.
Sorry, make that 5 now.
Okie dokie.
All right. We'll start off with Asia Forner. Asia, go ahead. Asia, are you there?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Fantastic. Hello, Council and Mayor. As an active member of this community who is involved in many nonprofits and community groups, I'm often asking these businesses for donations for our local youth. They are always willing to donate and very generous with their support. If we take away live music from these businesses, it will be a drastic cut in their livelihood. This will limit their ability to donate to local nonprofits and groups, thus hurting our community from being this amazing place we all love. Please work with our local businesses to support them as they are always supporting us. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the next one is Andy Patrick. Andy, go ahead.
Hi, thank you. I love this community. I'm relatively new, but in fact, I want to dance with all of you for the amazing heartfelt comments that you've made tonight. It's puzzling to me because every Monday and Tuesday morning for approximately 2 hours, starting at about 7 in the morning, I listen to leaf blowers. And yet nobody's mentioned the gas-powered leaf blowers with the nice folks wearing earmuffs and goggles. And don't get me started on that ongoing whistle stop, that damn train. But anyway, good evening, City Council members and fellow community members. My name is Andy, and I stand before you to champion the vibrant heart of our community, our local music scene. The proposed entertainment license conditions threaten to dim the cultural vibrancy that Carpinteria is known for. As Lorraine mentioned a little bit earlier, and a couple of others mentioned, Kevin Bacon comes to mind. It's Footloose. It's like, what's next? Women in robes with white hats? I mean, we're reminded that dance, music, and art are not merely entertainment. They're essential for well-being, community spirit, cultural expression. These mediums are the lifeblood of our community, reflecting our identity, our creativity, and our resilience. No community service? I mean, come on, please. It enhances the atmosphere of this place. It supports the local culture and the heritage. It drives tourism, economic growth. It facilitates social connections. It promotes well-being and relaxation, for that matter. It encourages activities out of doors. It inspires creativity and expression. It enhances seasonal celebrations. I mean, how many times have you all gone to Island Brewing and sung along with our Christmas carols? And I can't imagine, like, that is what is disturbing you? Are you crazy? Come on. Physiological, mental impact. Then go after leaf blowers and trash trucks, as I mentioned before. I mean, come on. Art and music share the profound ability to connect us. They transcend language and barriers. They evoke emotions. They foster creativity. They build bridges between us, not walls. Cities are celebrated for their cultural vibrancy, like Austin, Nashville, New Orleans. Not only do they enjoy economic benefits through tourism and local spending, but they boast a strong sense of community and identity. Joseph Campbell, in conversation with Bill Moyers, once said that we're not looking for the meaning of life, but the experiences that remind us what it means to be alive. And my God, what greater experience can we have dancing together, enjoying together? So I know this is a difficult situation, and I admire the council because it's a tough one. And I admire those people that are going up against all of this. I get it. This is a tough one, but please, otherwise we become vanilla. We become Anywhere USA, and that's not what we want to be. So please allow music to flourish. Allow artists to flourish. That's what makes us who we are. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
All right, next we have Julia Mayer. Julia, go ahead.
Hi,
Hi, City Council. I'm sorry that I'm not there. We're on our spring break. And I want to say that my sister Jess is sitting next to me. So this is a 2-for-1. I feel like I just really want to underscore what everybody's already said, which is outdoor music. What an amazing experience. Something that you have to keep in mind is that when you're outside, kids can watch music. And when we think about our kids, I have 6 nieces and nephews and children in band right now. And the idea of being able to go watch Coach Andrew's klezmer band play at Island Brew is like their ideal Saturday. So if we take that away and we put music behind, inside where it's 21 and over, we're just taking away their accessibility. The other thing is that Island Brew has supported every nonprofit that I've ever worked with. They've never said no, not one time. They only say yes, and how much more can we do? And the idea that we as a community could rally and support them too is kind of just the Carp way. And that's really all I want to say tonight. I hope you are having a wonderful Monday night.
Thank you, Julia.
All right, then we have Steve Jarmy. Steve, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor, councilmen, and women. My name is Steve Jarmy. I run and operate a business brew lab that currently holds a valid live entertainment license with the city of Carpinteria. I'm bummed I'm not there in person tonight as I'm out of town visiting some family. I've reviewed the staff report released for tonight's council meeting and would like to show my support for option number 3, direct staff to return to a future council meeting with proposed amendments to the city's live entertainment ordinance. It's clear that one council meeting is not enough to discuss and come up with a list of amendments to the current ordinances, and this is the option the city should take. After this meeting, the city should work with businesses to amend the additional conditions that the city approved without any of our insight. It seems clear to me that the city's goal for requiring businesses to acquire live entertainment licenses is twofold. It gives the city a track record of which businesses will be hosting live entertainment, and also allows sheriff's deputies and government authority to enforce the noise standards laid out in the guidelines of the permit or municipal code. The city knowingly or unknowingly just went through an almost decade-long trial of no businesses in town holding permits for live entertainment. It's clear from both the decade-long period and the staff report that complaints for noise nuisance are very rare, and this really is not a problem in Carpinteria that deserves this kind of attention. This is the result of a knee-jerk reaction from the city, supporting/making changes based on just the few that have spoken up against live music. My advice to the city is that if you are going to listen to the few that oppose live entertainment and make changes without consulting local businesses, then you must also listen to the thousands of people who support it. With one social media post, which does not reach a large portion of the community, local businesses gathered roughly 1,500 signatures from community members that are in support of live entertainment. With no updates to the municipal code since at least 2002, the city should look at potentially working with businesses to amend this section of the code to be more up to date with current times, as well as amend both the original and additional conditions of the live entertainment license. I, for one, would like to see the city adopt the option to have live music outdoors permanently, with fair conditions that benefit businesses and residences, and would also like to see an abeyance to the additional conditions of the permit, specifically no limits on hours per week, as well as no change to the hours from that listed in the municipal code. In a town full of artists and musicians, live music should without a doubt be a part of the culture here in Carpinteria. Thank you.
And Mayor, that concludes all the raised hands on Zoom.
All right, so we're going to close the public comment period and bring it back to the city council after we take a 10-minute break. Welcome back. We're reconvening the City Council meeting, and we're still in a live entertainment licensing program update, and we're going to bring it back up to the City Council for discussion. Anybody want to start off?
Yeah, I mean, I think one thing, after listening to all the comments, I would like to return to the concept of the ordinance, the looking at live, maybe looking, asking staff to craft or to make edits or look into making edits to the ordinance to permanently allow for outdoor music in the future. And I'm not sure how the rest of the council feels about that, but that's, I think, the first thing that
It
came to
seems
mind.
like the, I don't know what has to happen legally with the COVID extension, but I mean, I think that the live entertainment needs to stand on its own, not, keep
Right,
being
yeah.
tagged on to COVID.
Right. So I think that's why if we could direct staff to
Yeah.
look at the ordinance and just permanently incorporate outdoor live music, since right now it only incorporates indoor unless there's these special conditions.
But I think we do, I mean, there were a lot of comments about the various restrictions and their parameters, basically, and I agree with some of those changes.
Mhm.
So I don't know what we want to do. I guess we want to do something about number 3, but I think, is there some way to, I don't know, that's.
If you look at the motion, it's kind of covers pretty much most of that.
Well, yeah, no, but
Well, I'd be happy to share some of my thoughts to
Okay,
get
that'd be
it
great.
started. Okay. Well, first of all, I'd like to say thank you to the entire community for coming out and really being a participant in the community decision with live music. It's no doubt that, and it's clear that live music has been a history of Carpinteria and present, and I hope to see it continue into its future. However, that doesn't mean that reasonable standards or regulations need to exist, and I think that there is, and hopefully there's a sweet spot where it can all coexist together. In terms of my recommendations or what I would like to see, I think, as was recently discussed in terms of the outdoor music, I'd like to see that continue. I think we do need to address the fact that I would not be on board with continuing to extend the COVID emergency ordinance, so I don't know what that would entail. I would be happy to look at and explore the number of hours. And from what I understand, the number of hours in terms of music isn't necessarily an issue as much as it is in terms of the ability to regulate the how loud it is.
Volume.
The volume, thank you. However, I have also heard from staff is that the decimal readers are challenging. They're not always accurate. And so I would consider, and maybe this is more of a point of discussion for the council in terms of the distance regulation. There was one point that was made in terms of it, and I guess it depends also on where the business is located, but it seems like having music indoor feels more restrictive than it just being outside. So I'd be curious to know what the other thoughts are on behalf of the council members. And those are my comments as of right now.
Well, I think after listening to everybody, the idea of trying to do enforcement by distance seems like that is maybe, it feels very subjective, and I don't know necessarily what the right way to go forward is, but I like the idea of limiting by hours, like how currently there's a limit at 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock, but however the case may be. And with the administrative conditions, I also like the idea of extending those so that to something like 4 hours between Monday and Thursday, maybe 9 hours on Friday and Sunday. But in terms of how to regulate the noise level, that's something that I'm struggling with. But I do think that the distance requirement, I feel like there's too many variables at play, whether it's weather or wind or other ambient noise that might make it hard to use that as a measuring stick.
Yeah, it's difficult to use sound measuring equipment. I mean, you have to anticipate that something's going to be in a court of law, and so you have to have documented training that the person knows how to use it. You can calibrate it that day. That's no problem. It's easy to calibrate. just buy another piece of equipment, but you do have to have it calibrated by a lab once a year, so it has to, that has to be followed up on. I mean, the piece of equipment can be used, but there's so many factors at play, like the wind direction and things. I kind of hesitate to want to do the decibel thing.
So I'll make a comment.
Okay.
So I have to disclose something. I love live entertainment music. I'm a big fan of the Rincons, the Dusty Jugs, South Al Linden. I love seeing Frank and Curtis and Roger playing up there. It's amazing for our community. It's a benefit. We have to think ahead. We have multiple businesses coming in down the future, and we want to plan for that. We want to make sure that if any proposed hotels, that we do address such conflicts in the future. So I think Island Brewery is being very targeted. It's hard to see Paul and Cheryl with a frown. They have the best smiles in the world, and I miss seeing that. So let's fix that. Let's bring everybody together, all parties, and compromise and really talk about it. And I think the fair thing is the hours, right? Focus on the hours, not necessarily the noise decibels. There's a way, and let's find it. So.
No, but I think that the Markisons are brave people. I mean, they there's obviously other people that are opposed to it, but just haven't stepped forward. But they did mention the volume as a key issue, and so I mean, I don't know how to regulate volume without decibels, but I don't with the outdoor function, it's not going to really work. I don't know what the answer is to the volume, but that seems to be what they're complaining about, not necessarily the hours, but the volume.
That's correct.
And so that's is there, we read in our staff report that the Island Brewery Company was working on trying different configurations and trying to work with that. So maybe we can come up with something that way.
But I think we would have to still address outdoor live music going forward, because right
Yeah,
now.
no, of course we've got to do that.
Because indoors,
Yeah,
it does sound like the changes that they've made have made a big difference in terms of noise level.
Obviously,
Yeah, but
obviously,
just looking
that's not an
forward.
issue, but I think that we've heard that people want to have outdoor music. I think
Yeah.
I think that's a valuable thing, and so how to make that work.
I have a question for Butch, Lieutenant Arnaldi. So are there any best practices that the sheriff use in other parts of the county when it comes to noise complaints or regulations?
Yes. Again, the county ordinance that I've mentioned is 40-2, and that one is uniform throughout all the unincorporated areas of the county. And that one, there is a time. Again, on this, it's Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, no later than 10 p.m. On Friday and Saturday night, no later than midnight, but it's also no sooner than 7 in the morning. And there's no cumulative hours in that ordinance. So, and that's been on the books
it's just
for.
hours.
But how about in terms of volume? Is there, if people complain to sheriff's deputies about volume, what do they usually do?
But on this one, again, contrary to what the city's proposing, the distance 100 feet away from the property. So if it's 100 feet from the property and it can be heard or there's an issue, then that gives us enforcement action, or at least the reason to go make the contact. And that's been on the books for over 50 years.
And Councilmember Slarson, just to be clear, that 100-foot limitation is if noise is occurring after the curfew.
Oh, great, thank you for the clarification. That makes a big difference. Okay.
Well, I think Supervisor-elect Roy made a good point, is that, we have the future to deal with, and the future may include rooftop bars, and, we don't know what they're going to want to do. And so how are we going to deal with this situation going forward? And I think it's, I don't know, if maybe, I'd like to say that everybody would be the restaurants and bars would be sensitive to that and work with their entertainment to try to not disturb people, but I mean, it has happened, and so I just don't know what to do.
And I do personally, I feel like the limitations we currently have in place in terms of the hours of sound, of live music, I think, to me, that's the most important part. I understand that volume is also a big concern. I appreciate that, and I'd be interested in hearing about different ways to measure or address that, but to me, I think the fact that there's a stop time for music at, it's either at 9 or 10,
That's a pretty important.
Is a really important point for me, because before those hours, it would be, I can understand wanting quiet, but I think living in a city, in a community, I don't know that there necessarily is an expectation for quiet.
Right. No, and we're a small town, and there's just going to be noise, and but we do need to be good neighbors and try to work with each other on a friendly basis, and
Comments for me? Yes. I would agree. I think the COVID-19 6:30 time should be taken away. The hours should, and just continue having outdoor music. I like the hours that we currently have. I think to extend those would be a mistake. The one is, for example, the county one, I think that would be pretty outrageous if we had that in a town. That just wouldn't work. The other thing that I'm looking at has to do with the potential, as Councilmember Lee says, as we grow. What we are going to be taking a look at, as an example, potentially having businesses side by side competing with outdoor music. So what's that going to do to the volume? It's going to crank it up. How do we control that? How do we regulate who has priority of which time, which date? And if it becomes an actual duel of the band. So I think that's going to be a problem that we would probably want to take a look at. I agree, too, that the sound levels are something that we do have to take a look at and be concerned about as a major concern, especially for the people that live in these neighborhoods that get a little bit of that fallout. As I take a look at how to move this one forward, my one and biggest concern is that I don't have the technology to actually make comment or make suggestions or recommendations. How we measure the sound, how far away it is, or anything like that, or how, if we even regulate or measure the size of the bands that are going to be playing on these patios. They could be huge. So for that reason, one suggestion would be actually is to create a committee specific to this one, so that law enforcement doesn't have to get involved, so the city doesn't have to get involved. Create, as an example, an ad hoc committee specific to going around to the different areas and actually listening to these bands as part of their purview and make suggestions, recommendations, including suggesting to the bands that may be creeping a little bit louder than they should to back it back down a bit because of the sound levels. Something to think about. Again, I don't feel comfortable actually taking action on something that's going to be technology-wise. Those are my comments.
Yeah, I would say on my end, in terms of, it sounds like what we're having a difficult time really determining is the enforcement piece of things. The reality is that every business is going to have its own unique situation. My concern with having and forming a committee means that it's going to require additional staff time to try to meet everyone's needs, when the reality is I think our role in this really is to be able to create a reasonable standard. And it sounds as though with the director continuing to have administrative oversight, there's still some gray area in there. So it's not necessarily black and white, and I can imagine that should concerns continue to arise, they would come back to the council. My other concern in terms of forming a committee really has to do with the amount of concern there has been. I mean, there has been a concern recently, at least the last 6 months. It also sounds as though since these entertainment license was put into place, that has significantly reduced. And so what we have in place does work right now, and I don't want to take away from that.
Oh,
Yeah, I see the council making policy and not being involved in enforcement.
But yeah, to your point, I appreciate Nick had explained about how he has some discretion to be able to make quick changes on those administrative conditions. So I think that does give us some wiggle room in terms of if we recommend a certain change to the administrative conditions, and then we end up getting maybe more complaints and we need to request another change. It sounds like that's something that Nick could do without too much additional work or time. And so I think that gives us some space to make these choices. But I think if we continue with the administrative conditions, I would definitely want to see some changes made to them, just in terms of, like I said, the cumulative hours, in terms of the standard for revoking a business license, and just some of those types of things.
Yeah, I think that I agree with the hours. I think it's a little bit too restrictive, and that needs to be opened up a little bit.
So let's make this simple. So you want to keep the outdoor live entertainment intact, correct?
Yeah.
And you want to extend the hours that's allowed on the weekdays and weekends? About holidays, what if the holidays falls on a weekday? Is that something that's part?
That's a good question.
Is that something that's?
It's up to your council, but we could certainly treat those like weekends if that's the council's preference.
So I would like to extend like weekdays to 6 hours and weekends 8 hours, holidays 8 hours. It should be a simple, for a business owner, it should be easy to understand, right? It should not be complicated. I don't like the 3 strikes law. It brings burden and stress on business owners. If someone was revoked, it should come before city council. Just people want to have fun. People want to enjoy music. Music is not noise. Music is something that we all appreciate, we all love. Let's make it simple, common sense, going forward. So, but we're not going to solve this tonight. This will take another time, more time to think and address. So I think we should continue it and ask, Nick and staff to bring us options that we can look at hard and make your life more difficult.
And it sounds, though, in terms of the council, we're on board with most amendments. It sounds as though what we're really stuck on is the enforcement or policy piece. And so I'm curious to know, other than decimals and distance, what are our other options?
Through the mayor, vice mayor Alarcon, we're going to get there. It's late. In terms of trying to enforce, kind of noise limits, if we're trying to stay away from decibel reading, if we're trying to stay away from distance reading, I think your only other ways are to, either enforce by, location, right? Indoor versus outdoor, or some kind of a time limit to just say, a curfew, right? Essentially. Otherwise, you're left with these, kind of subjective standards like we have about, not being disturbing to the neighborhood or not being disturbing to surrounding uses, which, that's hard for enforcement staff to hang a hat on in the event of a complaint. So, if you want to kind of get away from that subjectivity, then you need to go towards a more objective standard that maybe, gets away from a noise limitation in favor of just a hard curfew or some kind of locational, criteria.
Okay. I mean, it
I
sounds
don't know of any other option.
Go ahead. I mean, it sounds to me that we have enough information to be able to make a decision. I'm not sure what other information council members would want or desire.
Well, I might want to just know more about what other options there are for measuring the volume in some way, because that's one thing that I feel like we haven't moved forward on at all. Like the other stuff, like you're right, like we're in agreement for there should be, the cumulative hours should be more. We like the fact that there's already a curfew at 9 or 10, whatever the case may be. But it's just the measuring of the volume, unless we want to not have that be part of the concern, but it sounds like that is something we think is a legitimate concern, that we don't want volume to be completely unregulated. But, so I think maybe I would want to know more about just what some possible other options could be, if staff could come back with recommendations for that, or, because beyond that, I think we're in agreement for all the other elements, it sounds like, or we're in general agreement for the other elements.
But I think Wade brought up a good point too. It's looking at the future. What if we've got the surf liner right next to IBC? Is this going to be the battle of the bands, or let's.
So I think hard curfew, just 9 o'clock, boom, and then what Butch had said, right? This enforcement after that. Keep it simple, keep it clear. Is it objective and not subjective? And later on, if we want to change it, we could. But
I would agree with that. I think a hard curfew is good. That was one of the points that I did try to make, was that specific. As far as the time frame of it, that time envelope could be, as long as you have a curfew front and back.
Yeah. So weekdays, 9 o'clock, weekends, holidays, 10 o'clock? Does that work, or you want to change those
No,
numbers?
that works for me.
And that's what we have pretty much already, right? So I think that part of what's
I
already
think you
in
get a
the.
start time too on that,
Yeah.
7 o'clock or 8 o'clock.
And no business want to go out and just make loud music. It's not good for the customers too, so they recognize that. You don't want bands blaring away. There's kids around. They're respectful.
So with your suggestion in terms of a hard curfew, because that's an option of just having a hard curfew and not needing to address the volume.
Right.
So are you suggesting we get rid of needing to address the volume and just focus on the curfew, and that being the objective standard?
I
Yes.
think we have the sound place already in place, the 300, 500, and 750. We got to throw that away?
Well, I think. I think the distance is a little bit harder, I think, to use as a measuring device, just the distance, just because of all the other potential factors in it, right? But, I mean, I'm open to other thoughts about that, too. If the council feels like just some distance requirements are necessary.
Yeah, the only thing I would say to that, though, is that it seems as though distance has been working, though.
But I think also it's because the entertainment has been moved indoors completely at that location. So that once they're outdoors again, because it sounds like we all want to change the ordinance so that outdoor music is permanent, right? And so at that point, then, it wouldn't have the distance might come more into play.
Right.
Through the mayor, if it's helpful, just to, kind of provide some context. Since the administrative conditions have been put in place, they have these distance standards to them. The music at Island Brewing has been, I think, moved indoors that entire time, so we haven't really had a chance to test in practice how these distance-based standards would apply to outdoor music. Paul had mentioned in his comments that he can tinker with different setups or different layouts and try to see if that has a benefit. It may, it may not. It's sort of untested at this point. We haven't really had an opportunity that I'm aware of to kind of see how that works out, or if that works out.
Well, then could it be?
Maybe it does, right? If the band is oriented outdoors but facing into the brewery with the doors up, maybe that works. Or maybe it bounces off the warehouse and still reverberates back out to the beach neighborhood. I don't know.
Well,
We haven't had that chance to, to put those hypotheses to test.
So if we're all in favor of this idea of a curfew, though, and then could that be something that we work into the administrative conditions, and then going forward, we can see, once there is some data to work with in terms of when bands play outside, how the distance plays into that? Because you're right, I hear what you're saying, is that if we don't know how that is impacted, that we can't make a decision about it yet.
So some of this is already in the admin conditions right now, right? The third bullet down is, has that 9 PM curfew for Monday through Thursday, 10 PM Friday and Saturday. We could clarify, that to also include holidays if that's something the council wants. Farther down, we have language in here already, now encouraging live entertainment to be oriented away from the nearest residences. It's a start, right? I don't know how effective it's going to be, but that kind of, intent is already reflected in there. And we've seen Island Brewing, take some steps in that vein in the last couple months of trying to reorient their stage and reorient their music, away from the residential areas. And it's had benefit, but again, it's just hard to gauge because it's been done in concert with other measures as well.
Right.
So then I guess we're just going to have to try stuff out and come back if there needs to be modifications.
Yeah, I think that's an option here. If there's agreement amongst the council on, doing away with certain of the admin conditions, like the cumulative limits on amount of music on weekdays or amount of music on weekends, then we can strike that. If there's, interest by the council in doing away with the distance standards for now and seeing, how things go without that, we can give it a shot, right? If it's not working or if we're still having the same types of problems, then we can, come back and let you know and take another crack at it. I mean, that's it's kind of a messy process, but that's an option.
I would think I'd feel more comfortable with that, because then we'd at least have examples to work with in terms of the distance, because since right now we don't have those examples, so
Need
I think,
information.
yeah, so even though I know it lengthens the process and it isn't as tidy, but I think it's really important in terms of being fair to all sides to find out what that distance is like when the music is outdoors and some of these other administrative conditions are being followed, like the orientation of the band and those types of things.
So we're focused on curfew right now, right? And no decibel.
Right.
And
Outdoor.
distance?
And outdoor.
And outdoor?
Yes.
And decibel, and distance, do you want it
I
no right now and just study it?
Yeah, I think maybe no right now, just until we know what it's like to have an outdoor band that's following the administrative conditions, and that is then also, we can measure the sound, how the sound travels by distance at that time, because right now we don't know how that will be.
Got it. And it'd be great because summer's coming up, so we can have.
I'm sorry, Councilmember Lee, can you re-ask your question?
So it'd be good because summer's coming up. We have a lot of time to put our policies to test.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to ask, through the mayor, if I can ask the public to limit their comments while we're deliberating on the dais so we can come to a conclusion. Okay,
All right.
thank you.
So do we all understand what we agree on?
Yes and no, I'm sorry, I'm going to have clarification. I think, Monica, in terms of what you were sharing about the distance, if we remove it and then still explore it, I don't quite grasp what that would look like and if that would fall on city staff and how that would be explored. Would it have to be coordinated with the business to determine when they're playing, and then business staff would have to go out to 300 feet across the, so I need a better sense of that, and if that's really a realistic way to tackle the situation.
Well, in a sense, we're sort of back to where we were, with some potential things to work with, but if it doesn't work, then we're going to get complaints. And that's what we're good, that'll be our information.
Yeah, and I think as a governing body, I think we just need to set a standard and be okay with, again, I think as a governing body, I think in order to help the community, we need to set a standard. And I think it would have to be at the discretion of the director, should there be additional complaints or whatnot, to bring it back to the council. But
Yes.
I do think in this situation, we need to set some sort of a standard to move forward.
No, I agree, and I think that the difference to me that I see, where I don't think that we'd be back to where we started, because these other administrative conditions do exist now in terms of, like Nick was saying, in terms of just like the orientation of the bands, of facing away from residential areas, and just some of the, so I don't think we're back at square one necessarily.
We're not back at square one, but we're moving forward with this promise that maybe we can make some tweaks and it'll work.
Yeah.
And that's what we're going to
Yes.
try out. We have to try things out.
Exactly, I agree.
You know.
Yeah.
But it sounds like people are willing to agree to try things out, so, you know,
Yeah.
we should see what happens.
So the distance to me is like this decibel, same thing. It's subjective and kind of unenforceable. So it's focused on outdoor, the curfew, and what else? Allowing
And then
outdoor
outdoor
curfew.
Yeah, and then not having the three strikes.
No strikes.
Yeah.
I just don't really like that. And,
Three, yeah, I think.
you know, give the power to Nick for enforcement, I think.
Well, so just to be clear, right, the power to revoke or suspend a license already lies with the director per the municipal code.
Yeah, we keep
And so, you know, if you want to change that, that's a permanent ordinance amendment that would have to come back to you at some point in the future. If you have input on, you know, how the director arrives at that decision of whether to suspend or revoke a license, that's the type of thing that I can fold into the admin conditions. Right now, it has the, you know, the quote-unquote 3 strikes rule. You know, if you want to do away with that, that's fine, but then, you know, I'm going to kind of be left with the question of, you know, what tools can I use or should I use in the event of, you know, an egregious violation or repeat violations to get, you know, compliance.
And currently there are
Is it-
fees,
Is
right?
it
Are
administrative
there-
citations
Yeah.
that you want me to, do you want my staff to use? Is it, you know, are there no penalties? You know, what is, so that, I mean, you know, that we have the administrative citation process. It's a $100 citation on the first offense. Second offense is $200. Every offense thereafter is $500.
So
that,
yeah.
you know, that's an option, but that's going to get expensive for businesses too if they're continuing to have, you know, violations.
If they violate the curfew, I think first warning, second 100, I think business will really understand that we're serious and they'll comply. I think that's fair.
So you're saying keep the 3 in?
Not 3 strikes law, but.
Just the fees, right?
Yeah, just.
The fee structure.
A curfew violation.
You have to be specific because they're
Oh.
taking notes on those things.
So,
What Nick just said, right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, what he said about the first offense being $100, the second being 200,
200,
and the third
and
being
500.
500?
But after the 3 strikes, you don't get your license revoked. It's kind of like, hey,
Well, I think that's still within the director's purview to
Yeah.
revoke or suspend any license. And
Yeah.
we're just providing him with tools of the fees.
yeah.
Yeah.
So I think it's,
Okay, so you'd prefer that, and if there are repeat violations, that we just use our administrative citation process?
Yeah.
Yes,
at your discretion.
yeah.
And so just to confirm, I think going back to the one thing that I'm stuck on here, we're going to get rid of distance completely.
Yep.
We're not going to explore that. We're not going to explore volume.
Yep.
And it sounds like we've given city staff enough direction with wanting outdoor music,
Yes.
establishing a curfew.
Extending the hours of operation. Weekdays, it'll be 6 hours. Weekends and holidays will be 8 hours.
Through the mayor, I do want to clarify a question about holidays. Often holidays will fall in the middle of the week, and so if we're extending hours on those days to later, is it the day before the holiday, or is it the day of the holiday, or both?
Both.
Okay.
Okay. Is that enough
Of course, this
direction?
will all be coming back to us, so,
Right.
you know, we can
Does anyone make a motion?
think about it again.
Does staff have enough direction? I just want to make sure we're all on the same
I'm
page.
attempting to scribble down what I heard to make sure I've kept.
I'm sorry, Council, and I heard from Council Member Lee of doing the day before and the day of the holiday, but I didn't hear a second, or the mayor, was that something that the council?
Well, yeah, I don't know, what does everybody think? I mean,
What's the other points? We've just, basically, if you're in favor of it, we haven't taken a vote or seconded anything yet. We just affirmed. So, for me, that works. The day, both days, the day before and of.
Well, through the mayor, I think it may be helpful to handle this in a stepwise fashion in terms of each item, so.
Hey,
Perfect.
yes.
Yeah.
That works.
Fantastic. So may I offer that, at least to start here, while Nick compiles all the guidance on the administrative policy, that we take a motion and a vote with respect to directing staff to amend the city's live entertainment provisions in order to accommodate outdoor music following the expiration of the city's temporary COVID program.
Okay,
So
so
moved.
I'll second it then.
Okay, we motion and second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0, Brian.
Okay, we have anything else we have to, are you going to come up with those points there, Nick, or?
Mac?
Yes, sorry, I was trying to keep everything straight. So the other kind of feedback that we heard related to the admin conditions was a 9 PM curfew on weekdays. Is this for outdoor music, indoor music, or both?
Both.
Both.
Okay. And a 10 PM curfew on weekends and holidays, with some uncertainty still on whether holidays is the day before, the day of, or both.
Yeah.
And then we're not going to rely for right now on any decibel or distance type standards. And then we heard from Councilmember Lee, still a suggestion to have a cap of no more than 6 hours cumulatively of live music on weekdays, and no more than 8 hours on weekends.
Actually, I would say 9 hours if that's okay, because then it's like there'd be 3 a day, like 3 Friday, 3 Saturday, and 3 Sunday.
Might as well round it up to 10. 9 hours, yes. Yes.
9 hours, yeah.
And I assume that'll have the same kind of and holiday language. And then doing away with the 3-strike rule for revocation of a license, and instead just relying on the city's administrative citation
Yes.
powers. Okay. So that's what I have for now for admin conditions. We still have kind of the ability, right, in the event of a really an egregious, kind of nuisance, to enforce a noise standard if we can, figure out a way to define it. That's still in the existing ordinance. That's still there in a, really bad circumstance. But this would be kind of the day-to-day how it would be managed.
And you did include that, doing away with the 6:30 COVID-19 one, so.
That was a separate motion that your council already
Thank
took.
you.
Yes.
Okay. So that would be included in this one then? Okay. This is just additional.
This is kind of the admin condition, so if your council's directing us to permanently allow outdoor music, then we would just strike that, that acknowledgement of the expiration
Perfect.
of the COVID rules from the admin conditions.
Just wanted to clarify.
So do we have to make a motion from that, or?
Well, council, if I could, another clarification regarding the cumulative number of hours for the weekdays and weekends. Are we talking specifically about outdoor music? Because I don't think that we originally had intended, when we set the 2 hours for the weekdays, we weren't thinking I think we were thinking more of outdoor at that time, and wasn't necessarily the intention to limit. I know there's situations like at the Cork Tree where they have lots of indoor music without any issue, and I don't think our intention was to limit them to 2 hours.
No.
I think we were thinking more of outdoor at that time. So,
Yeah, no, that's right.
even 6 hours here, if the Cork Tree wanted to have, 3 hours every day of acoustic music inside, our intention wasn't necessarily to limit that. And so, as we set these cumulative caps, I just want to clarify if we're just referencing specifically outdoor music or all live entertainment collectively.
I would say that would be outdoor, because the other thing we may want to look at is a curfew one too. If that goes indoor, then do we need a curfew for 9 and 10 o'clock if it's indoor?
That's true. Why is someone just doing acoustic? He's never been out.
Exactly. So maybe the points would be, my suggestion would be for the outdoor.
Yeah, I agree.
Yep.
Then we could readdress then the indoor.
Thank you.
So should I make a motion then to direct staff to incorporate those changes to the administrative conditions? Yeah, okay, I'll make that motion.
I'll second that.
Okay.
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
One more intricacy. Indoors at IBC is very different than indoors at Cork Tree. One of them, we talked about even using the word enclosed with 4 walls versus indoor is a little bit different when you have larger doors and the sound can carry. And so I don't know if you want to make if we want to talk about indoors as, it creates this interesting situation where we have someone indoors, but, 2 large open doors. And
I would agree with that. Maybe have in the vocabulary include something like bay doors or something like that to be closed.
yeah, we can explore some language. I know, Nick, we're concerned about creating
Agreed.
too much language for, different scenarios. So we talked about maybe using enclosed versus not enclosed versus indoor, outdoor.
I
And so
think
we can-
enclosed works.
Okay.
Yeah, enclosed would cover it.
Or you could even define it as having 4 walls or something.
I think enclosed would include that. If you had a bay door open, that wouldn't be enclosed. Up to you.
Okay, well, we'll explore that, but that's also helpful. There's so many things as we go about this that we run into. Oh, okay, so that's helpful. Thank you.
I think you have a pretty good idea in the intent, at least the direction we're going. Okay.
All right. Anything else?
We'll take a stab at it with what you've provided and report back.
Good luck.
Yeah, thank you, Nick, and thank you to all the staff who are working really hard on this issue. We really appreciate it.
And thanks for public input.
Yeah, thanks,
That helped a
thanks
ton.
for everybody for coming out, and, it's a work in progress.
Next item. Let's go. It's going to be midnight.
I know.
Exactly. That's why I say, let's go.
It feels like it's time, doesn't it?
Take a 5-minute recess.
No,
No.
let's get
No,
this done. Okay, we got to go to legislative updates there, Mr.
Yeah,
Mayor.
we gotta do it, but and there's a lot of stuff on the legislative update. I don't know if you looked at it, but I guess they're.
I did. I would just ask for
Rolled out a few
highlights.
hundred bills.
Clear the room.
No, let's just go.
Hello, all the.
Hey, folks, we're still conducting a meeting here, so,
We have to hurry before the curfew hits us.
all right, legislative update. Has anybody looked at this, or anything caught your attention?
Well, actually, I did have a question. It would be helpful maybe if we could have a list of the letters that the city has sent out regarding legislation, maybe within the past year or so, just so that we have a kind of a running tally of which issues the city has already sent letters on. I don't know if that would be helpful, I think, as we're looking at all these new bills and issues.
Well, I mean, there's stuff that probably is relevant to everybody, but, I mean, every city everywhere, but, there's stuff that's especially important to us, like housing laws.
You can bring something up that's not legislative update. Lee Heller earlier mentioned something. Can we explore the idea about what she proposed for animals?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I know it feels like a long time ago, and I heard this term, affordable housing overlay. Is that something that, Mac, you're familiar with?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Lee, yes, that could take a number of forms, right, in terms of a zoning overlay to allow for more affordable housing, I think is typically the approach. Nick can maybe opine more specifically on some proposals, but I could, I guess, refer to other considerations as well for affordable housing.
Okay. I just want to learn more about that. Thanks.
For the council, we used to actually, on this, going back to the legislative updates, staff used to furnish us with these for every meeting. Then we just make a decision on that. At one point in time, it became, I would say, a decision of staff on which ones were actually most going to influence and affect us. So they actually gave us a modified version. My suggestion would be keep both, but actually have a modified version list of those specific that could potentially affect us, that we may want to take action on to support or endorse.
That would be helpful.
Save us a ton of time.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm a little confused with their rating system, because it's got, support, oppose, pending, and then pending hot. And I don't know what hot means. Does it mean that this is really, really important, or it's really coming soon? Or?
It's considered urgent.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's meant to be like a hot topic, something.
Exactly.
Yeah. And then also clarification, Councilmember Lee, and then the council related, you said something related to the dogs earlier. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
What specifically was the request?
She wanted more advertising, or what she said. Maybe
They-
there's
they
other
came in with public
other things, but
comment.
about there's dogs that need foster homes.
Right, no, I'm sorry. I heard her request. What's the direction of council related to the request?
Let's contact her and get her specifics. I think she will have more idea about, just helping with advertisement of dogs who
Yeah,
need shelter.
She was asking for
fosters.
to get coverage somehow.
Yeah. Through our social media, working with her.
Well, I think she was also, though, asking for the city to help get volunteers for them. So it sounds like that
Yeah.
might be a bigger ask than what
Oh, yeah,
we
I
probably
didn't-
would have to talk, I would
didn't-
think a little, I wouldn't want to put that on staff to
I
then.
didn't get that, but-
Yeah, no, she was definitely asking for
Okay.
the city to basically help manage and recruit volunteers for them, which I can understand how that would be a positive thing, but I don't know that that's something we would want to decide right now.
Sea dogs.
No,
yeah.
we don't. I don't think we want.
No, yeah, good point.
Okay,
Can you-
guys?
Can you clarify what the partnership is? So it's my understanding then that the veterinary medical clinic houses the animals that our code compliance find, and then that's the end of it on our end, or what does that look like?
Vice Mayor Alarcon, so right now we have a contract with AMC to provide some of the sheltering and medical care needs of strays or impounded dogs that the city ends up with through various means, and so that's part of their services that they provide to us. But as Ms. Heller was suggesting, the facilities aren't necessarily optimal for larger breeds or for extended times that a dog might be held there until it gets adopted. So she's looking for ways to help get word out there when we have these dogs. Hey, they're available. Let's try to find a foster. Let's try to find an adoptive home. So that dogs aren't staying in these kind of less than optimal conditions for too long.
So we could put that in the current, or we could pay for advertising in the Coastal View.
It's something we're already doing to an extent. I mean, I've been working with Lee on the dog side, and then with Leah Boyd on the kind of public relations side to try to put the two of them together more regularly and help leverage some of our social media channels to get word out there. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. We can keep, kind of chipping away at those types of efforts relatively easily. Similarly, I don't think it would be a big push to put Lee in touch with, Olivia, if she's kind of running our volunteer programming, and see if she can at least, kind of send word out there, if there's folks looking to volunteer for the city in the capacity of helping to, walk a dog or foster a dog, there's opportunities to do so. I think some of this stuff is relatively low-hanging fruit that we're already doing to some degree, and it wouldn't take a big effort to kind of just make some more connections.
Yeah, and I'll add, in terms of, always concerned with setting a precedent and, using city channels to promote non-city activities. However, the example that I can use is, I know we promote things for community service support grant recipients, and we've allowed those. And in this case, since we do have, a contract with the shelter to provide these services, I think that may fall under the same umbrella as those that we provide funding for community service support grants, and allow us to say, we're not just allowing anybody to promote through our channels, but those that we have agreements with or that we provide funding to. So I think that if you guys wanted to do that, that would fit with what we've done in the past.
Yeah, and just to clarify, right, that these dogs are kind of the city's responsibility, so we're contracting with AMC to help us with the care of them on the interim basis, but it's ultimately, our dog that we've impounded, and it's our dog then to try to rehome.
Yeah. Yep. God, I moved too far on. Okay, well, I guess we'll keep monitoring the legislative update. Committee reports?
A couple quick ones. So Beacon did meet, I think last week. They discussed the increase to voting member assessments, to membership dues by 3% for the next year to provide some additional revenue for Beacon. Also, Beacon, the board received a presentation from the Science Advisory Committee co-chairs on their plans for 2024 activities. And also, the Beacon board approved payment of an invoice to Cal State Channel Islands to help initiate review of a coastal research center. And then MTD met last week, and they renewed their ADA paratransit services master agreement with EasyLift. And then they also put out their draft service plan for the upcoming fiscal year, and they're going to be doing community outreach on that plan to get feedback from the cities in terms of what they want from bus use, what they feel the gaps are, and they'll be coming to our library at a to-be-determined date, so the public can show up and give feedback on that.
I have a quick question. In terms of your role with the MTD, and what I can imagine may come up is our shuttle.
Yes.
So even if that comes up, are there any plans in place right now to bring that back, or is it?
No, not right now.
Okay.
No. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. And actually, I think I've reported out on this before, but MTD is also facing a bit of a fiscal cliff coming up due to the change to the large urban zone. So I think that's also what's playing into it. They're gonna have to be some reduction of costs to begin with, and then so restarting the shuttle is not part of conversations right now.
We got bigger, so we get smaller money. So
Yeah, exactly.
If you can figure that out.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, not great.
Okay, well, we're going to adjourn then at 10:06. Or 5.
All right.
Thank you, everybody.